All right, happy Tuesday, everybody. It has been quite the long week, and it is only the second day of the week. So, I think without further ado, because today is going to be a very long process, we don't need the frickin' sorting thing out because we are not doing that quite just yet. Without further ado, we are going to go ahead and get started on finishing up this Gundam that I have not finished for a very long time, and I've needed to. But let me say hello to all you beautiful people who've already said hello or joined the chat. Amy, thank you for redeeming first, and Osen, thank you for redeeming second. Appreciate you guys for stopping by. Apologies for being a little bit late today. It was for good reason, though. I was feeding Maverick, so forgot to do that right before stream. I normally feed him at 5. I meant to do it earlier, but I got a little sidetracked getting prepped for stream, so I wanted to feed him before I started stream so that way he didn't starve, because I don't know how long this is going to take. But I also am super thrilled because today is also the release day of Demon Slayer, the Infinity Castle movie, on digital. And so I'm very excited to watch that. I might actually watch that after stream today in my movie room, because I've been kind of dying to watch it. Because you're taking care of baby boy, I'll give you a pass. Thank you, I appreciate it. What was I gonna say? Oh, right. So I saw the Demon Slayer movie, I want to say close to like 7 times in theaters. I think that's right. I might be way off. David, thank you for redeeming third. Good to see you. Welcome in. I think 7's right. I might be totally tripping. Who knows? But I never got to see it in Japanese. So now that it is on Crunchyroll, it is my chance to. How you doing, David? Hope you had a good Tuesday. Considering, didn't you say you're off work for the next 4 days? I wish I could have some time off. Although I am going to have time off this Thursday. So that'll be nice. What I was going to say, though, I was going to say something, but I forgot. Oh, yes, I know I talk about it every time that we're on stream, and it never seems like I'm making progress on it, and truth be told, I'm probably not making as much progress that I want to. It was only yesterday and today. I could have sworn you said the next 4 days. I guess maybe that was on Saturday. But I will try and get some more longer form content out because I've been really meaning to. Especially the update video, letting you guys know that yes, stuff is coming back to YouTube, because I really need to just like dedicate myself to doing that. So hopefully I can record that soon. I might even record it after stream tonight, just to kind of keep myself on task. And I do want to try and record more stuff because I am slightly falling behind. And I don't want to do that because I promised this year I would be better about making content. Why do you have Thursday off? Because we have we have a friend visiting town. And because we need to go pick her up from the Denver airport, I just decided to take the day off because I need to spend my PTO before I lose it. I mean, not like I'm gonna lose it, because I actually don't have that much PTO, but I mean, I think I deserve a day off. Osen, thank you for a 55 stream streak. Your dedication to watching these streams is always baffling to me, and I will be forever grateful for it. So thank you for being here, Osint. I very much appreciate it. Shout out to Osint. But yeah, so very exciting. What's also cool is that this Thursday, Xenoblade 2's Nintendo Switch 2 edition comes out, and I haven't talked about that nearly as much as I needed to. Just had an amazing run in Isaac where I was doing 56.11 damage. Did you die or did you win? But the Xenoblade, Xenoblade 2 Nintendo Switch 2 edition. I have not talked about that nearly as much as I definitely should have, considering Xenoblade 2 is quite possibly my favorite Xenoblade game. But let me get the sticker line first before I yap more. Oh, nope, that's not right. There have been some updates. Yes, I have watched the trailer that they released, and it makes me even more excited for it. The new Pyra and Mithra outfits are, I wouldn't say I wasn't expecting them to look like that, but like they look very good. Like I didn't know what I expected, but what they gave us was very superb, and I'm very happy about it. The new rare blade, being Momo from Xenosaga, is a very cool addition as well. Also entirely unexpected. I kind of thought they were done with Xenosaga stuff in Xenoblade games, but who knows? They might be doing that, and then the hero in 3 might also be Xenosaga related, so we'll see. Maybe they're trying to do a little bit of something, and then release a Xenosaga remaster. That would be really cool. I did a victory lap after, and then beat Delirium in that lap. It's a shame that doesn't actually give you any clears. Why am I putting microplastics back in the box? Put them in my little thingy. Actually, there's a bunch of microplastics in here that I'll have to get out later as well. I'm not using my freaking tub that I was gifted. I need to be doing that. But yeah, so I'm very excited for Xenoblade 2. Now, granted, you guys won't see it on the channel until me dropping that piece. You guys won't get to see it on the stream channel until I beat Xenoblade 1, obviously, where we will do the New Game Plus run. But I will be taking a look at the new content for the very first time on in the Discord server. I will be running a couple of what do you call it? Sub hangouts to do that, because I can't wait for the new content. I want to experience the new content and unlock it before I go into New Game Plus on that file, because I'm more or less done with Xenoblade 2 from a standpoint where I'm like ready to start New Game Plus, excuse me. But I want to get the new stuff done before I end up going into New Game Plus, because I want to experience that kind of raw for the first time. And then we will start a new, well, not a new file, but we will start an old file. Start an old file anew. Can put it that way. But I'm very excited. As I said, Xenoblade 2 is probably one of my favorites of the Xenoblades. I kind of grew more and more attached to it the more that I played it. It was one of my very first Switch titles, and it's a good old time. And what's great too is that the DLC as well, Torn of the Golden Country, for those like me who got it physically, will get a free update for that game, so that it too will run in 4K 60 FPS, as opposed to the people who have it digitally alongside their cartridge of Xenoblade Chronicles 2. I wanted mine physically, so here we are. But that does bring up the question. I don't think I will be playing the extra stories as New Game Plus on the channel. Maybe I will, just because they should be pretty quick if I just kind of like rip through the story. But I don't know. I'm more focused about like reliving the original game again. I wasn't too, I mean, Torna's a different story, which is why I'm like, maybe I'll play Torna on New Game Plus, just because I do miss playing that game, and that game is also devastatingly depressing. So, maybe I'll do Torna. I'll probably skip at least Future Connected, just because Future Connected is probably the weakest entry of the main trilogy, in my opinion. But we'll see how it goes. Maybe I'll come back to them after I beat all the main stories. But I do want to experience Torn of the Golden Country in 4K 60 FPS because I love Torn of the Golden Country. I think it has the best ending of the entire trilogy, personally. Because, again, it is devastatingly depressing. But yeah, so I'm very excited about that. It's coming out in 2 days, so I should probably order the digital version so I can at least do something with it in the near future to show it off. But that being said, I'm going to turn this camera a little bit so you guys can actually see my handiwork a little bit more. That is our backpack, and I need to get this last piece. Nope, just kidding. This third to last piece off of the Sea Runner to actually attach his backpack. Let go. Thank you. Then we got to build his weapons and then his beam mantle, and then we will be finished with this. So it shouldn't take too long. What will take long, though, is the Unova Dex organization. Because I actually counted it out yesterday, because as I was kind of getting ready, getting everything ready for like putting it together to be put into the binder. Oh my gosh. I was very worried that it wasn't going to fit in the binder. So I was counting it as I went on one of my little clickers that I use for shiny hunting. And it got to, including like all the spacers and everything, it got to close to 650. So the binders I buy fit 720. So it was close. It was really, really close. But we should be all right. We'll have a little bit more space. But like I said, the most that I pulled was during the black and white era, so this makes sense. Because I've got all the old black and white stuff, all the black and white stuff that came out during like the XY era, the Sun and Moon era, and then of course all the stuff that I opened from Black Bolt and White Flare, whether it be the Korean stuff that I got as a gift, or the English stuff that I got from the ETB. There's just a lot of Gen 5 Pokemoning to be had today. So exciting, but also this is going to take a really long time to actually organize. And with that, we are done with the sticker sheet. Once I apply this sticker to the scope of the weapon, if I can apply the sticker to the scope of the weapon, that is, without utterly obliterating it, because this is a tiny sticker. It would almost be better if I just painted this blue. Maverick's digging at something. That's concerning. That actually scared the hell out of me. I probably need to check what he's digging at. I can't. Okay, well. I almost got it. Come on. Get in there. Goddamn, that's probably the hardest sticker I've ever had to put on a model kit in my life. Jeez Louise. Okay, I'm gonna go check and see what that digging sound was and make sure that Maverick's okay. So I will be right back. Okay. All is well. I believe Maverick is just having the zoomies, so I think that is what I was hearing. I hope that is what I was hearing. Because it's got me like kind of hella nervous now. But oh well. So as I stated before, I accidentally cut out this piece when we were first building the Gundam. So I built the gun prior. The gun is already finished. And oh, you can connect it to his back. That's interesting. All right, let's work on the beam saber. This is probably one of the coolest designed beam sabers that I've ever seen on a Gundam. I'm excited to build this. And 5. Okay, there's the front of the handle. Or, I guess one piece of the handle. Ow. And there is the rest of it. That seems very fragile. Get in the box. Alright, and then I need D2, which is this down here. Need 22 and 21. Just these. Yikes. Da, 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 da. Go. God damn, these pieces are really liking to hold on. Man, these are tough to get off. Ow, God. Ow. Okay. Jeez. Oh, my clippers aren't giving out. Maybe this is just a harder plastic. I hope that's what it is. Maybe it's a little bit thicker than normal. I think that's what it is. It's just a little bit thicker. Okay. There's that. And then we do this, which is really weird. I don't know why they didn't just print that piece like that. And then the handle goes right there. Then we gotta get the actual beam piece out. I'm just gonna cut this straight from the runner. I don't ever like cutting the translucent pieces like I cut everything else because I'm afraid of snapping it. Okay, it says wide and then narrow. Oh, okay. Yeah, I think that should be right. And it goes like that. And there we go. We got quite the cool beam saber. It actually kind of reminds me of, from the game No More Heroes. Kind of reminds me of that, but like in red. So that's kind of cool. Oh, and so you have to dismantle the hand to put that in. That's okay. We'll do that later. But then we can also make a sheath, it would seem. Crap. There we go. I think I need all these E2 pieces, yeah. And we will be done with E2. There we go. Toss that to the side. Let's get this piece first. Okay, so just for posterity's sake, this snags onto there. Or like that. There we go. Okay. And then we take, not you, here's the, there it is. Man, keep dropping plastics, and then because I'm on the black and gray side, I can't find it. Oh, there it is. Rolled quite a lot farther than I thought it would. So this goes here. Then the crank looking piece goes on the bottom. Fuck. Okay, now that one's gone for real. I have no clue where that one went. Okay, and then it goes like this. And then this attaches to this jet engine, which is a little bizarre, I won't lie. Kind of weird storage. To be fair, the gun storage is also weird. Just kind of sits on his back like this. It's kind of a weird place for a gun. But hey, I don't judge. Alright, let's make that shield now. I need this last piece. I broke the runner. This one is, oh, not quite empty. We have one more piece there. And we also need this guy. Oop. Okay. Then A. And then this goes there. Seems simple enough. Did I miss where D214 goes? Let me cut these pieces out. Yeah, what about that? Oh, wait. Okay, well I missed a part on the backpack that I gotta do real quick. I am making mistakes. Tis not going well for me. Okay, that one's gone. That flew out of my fingers. It's somewhere over there. I also forgot to mention, another reason why I was a little bit late today was because I actually took some time to bathe Peener. So now he looks a little bit cleaner. He used to have some black smudges all over him, but I took care of that today. So now he looks a little bit nicer. There's still a little couple spots on him, but adds character. Okay, I'm definitely, like, there are pieces that are still in the runners, and that concerns me. That I missed something tiny earlier. Okay. This goes that way. And then this goes like that onto the backpack, I hope. Might be better if I just take the backpack off. That way I'm not pushing on any external parts. Okay, there we go. Then you go that way. There we go. Looks a little bit more jetpacky. And then let me look at the instructions before I move on with the shield, because the beam mantle's almost done. We can just put that on afterwards. I'm missing B, where B 25 and 26 go. And then C 16 and 17 and D2 14. Let's look for one at a time. So we know where all of those pieces go. A is fine. B 25 and 26. Making a mess over here. B 25 and 26. Unless these are just like extra pieces, but I've never seen that before. I'm not seeing it. There's 29. That's really weird. Doesn't seem like I'm missing any pieces, so that's really bizarre. I wonder if, hold on. Yeah, I have no idea where these go. I'll have to look that up later. But for now, let's finish up the shield, which is going to be a doozy because this runner just got stuck. There we go. Boom. One is 3. 3 goes on the left side when it's facing us. I suppose this probably would have been obvious, because it probably wouldn't have fit the other way. Let's trim that down a little bit. Should be fine now. Get in there. And then Jesus. These green parts are really trying to get away from me. I don't know why. Alright. And then, ow. And the top a little bit. Ow. We'll go right here, and I just realized I forgot to clip off the top of the shield holder. There we go. Then we need a 7 to hold it in place. Or we can drop a 7. Where did that go? Crap. Of course I dropped the light gray piece. That kind of blends in with my carpet. Oh. Did not bounce the way I thought it would. Ooh. Okay. And then we can put this into his arm. I don't think it really matters what way. And then the shield can go on top of it. Except the shoulder pad kind of gets in the way. But that's okay. So there we go. There is our Black Knight fully kitted out. But now we get to put the beam mantle on. If I can actually get into these, I think I'm just gonna cut into it. That'll do, probably. Get rid of the trash. All right. And then, well, that does not feel the way I thought it would. All right, and then with his backpack, we'll move the sword just to make this easier. If we... Actually, here, I'll just take the backpack off. If we remove these parts, which is a little bit easier said than done, without breaking it. Why would they not have you just do this from the start? Okay, there we go. I don't believe anything broke. I hope nothing broke. Because prying apart Gundam pieces is never easy. It's never fun. Alright, and then within the recess of the backpack, we can slot in the beam mantle. Get it all lined up. And push this wing back in a little bit. There we go. Now it should be lined up. Then if we put these pieces back... There we go. There's our beam mantle. Then we can put it back into the backpack slot. And there we go. There is our Dark Knight. I can't wait to actually get down to posing this guy. Should be pretty fun. I'm going to have to look into these questionable leftover parts. Let me at least toss the runners that are empty. But it's these two that still have pieces. Yes. So I will look into that. But for now, we are going to set the Black Knight aside. We are going to put away all our Gundam tools. There. Put away the instructions. And let's actually cap these so they don't cut anything. And we're gonna get a drink of Sprite because I'm parched. And we are going to move on to organizing the Unova binder, which means I need to pull up the... First of all, I need to stop this music. Put on the right music. Pull up this. Okay. So, obviously, the last thing we organized was Arceus, or Arcus, as one M&J TV says it. Here we have the black binder, which is going to blend into the desk, but this is personally my favorite looking binder so far. I think the black just looks really, really sleek. And here, you may remember that when I was doing the sorting before, I had put all the cards into ETBs, because they actually fit. And ETBs hold up to, I think it's 500 cards. Yeah, this was not fitting in an ETB. So... this is the organization we've got. The back end of it is kind of falling apart. Let me see if it's even right. It's not. Okay, let me remove those because those are for fun later. And that should be right. Yes, okay. So, without further ado, let me move it this way so I can grab from the front. See if I can even stand it up this way without everything toppling out. I have no faith in that whatsoever, so I'm going to lean it this way. Okay, that should work. But we do have some stickers to put on the front first, because like I showed before, we have the sticker sheet with Zoroark on it, which of course is a Gen 5 Pokemon, so we were going to put Zoroark onto the binder. If I can actually get Zoroark off of this sticker sheet. The sticker sheet is really good at holding these stickers on. Like, it is too good, in fact. Okay, there we go. Come here, Zoroark. Let go of the sticker sheet. There we go. Alright, we're going to put Zoroark, I think, in this top right corner. Which, that looks really good reflected off of the black binder. That's really nice. But we also
Hydrate, you hoe.
Why would I do that, Osint? Why? But I will. We also have this sticker, which I got from a mini tin not too long ago, which pictures Emboar and Inkay. So it's kind of sketch because it's Gen 4, or excuse me, Gen 5 and Gen 6. But it prominently features Emboar, so we're going to go ahead and put it on the Gen 5 binder, I think right here. We'll do nicely. And there we go. All right. So, without further ado, let me, first and foremost, actually, go over some of the cards that are not going to be included in this binder, because my wife wants them for her personal collection. So we'll kind of go through these just like one by one. Some of these will actually still be making it into the binder just because I had bulk extra of these. But things like this Joltik, this Emolga that is like hollow, this Sawsbuck for sure, definitely won't be making it into the binder, but I figured I'd show these off because they are part of the collection. You just won't see them, or you won't see some of them getting included today. But this also goes to show off kind of what my wife is looking into collecting. So you can kind of get a peek into her binder a little bit. I showed off the Pokemon, oh, excuse me, the Pokemon side of her binder last stream, but these are going to be new additions since I'm kind of letting her go through the generations that I sort out. So that she can kind of add stuff that maybe she would appreciate more in her binder as opposed to mine. So that is what is not making the cut, but without further ado, let's go ahead and start the long and arduous process of sorting the Unova region, starting, weirdly enough, with Victini. Because for whatever reason, Unova decided, hey, let's do one mythical in the front and then several mythicals in the back of the Pokedex. Because that made sense. So here we are. We've got the Victini from the Mythical Collection. This will be the most interestingly started Pokemon binder, because usually the top starts with the grass starter. But ours is going to start with Victini. And then we'll go into the grass starters. So there we go. And what's great about this base black and white set, and you'll see these with the starters, is that they have these really nice ones that almost look like little statues that you could have gotten, which I think they might have been sold that way, but who knows? I certainly don't have them. I just have all the cards of the starters that look like that. But yeah, this is probably the generation where we're going to have the most Pokemon. And by that I mean like the most coverage. Like we're not going to be missing too many Pokemon here. In fact, by my count yesterday, I am pretty sure we are only missing 2 main Pokemon in the entire dex. We of course are missing some of like the Megas and whatnot, the other forms, etc, etc. But of the main Pokedex, I think we are only missing 2, and I think I have one of them covered already. But it is a little a shame that we are missing any, for that matter. Solely because you would expect me, the big Unova collector, to have a little bit of everything. And wow, that is quite the enticing page. A little bit of red and a lot of bit of green. It's quite a lot to look at. But we are also kind of nearing the halfway mark for actually making it all the way through the Pokedex. Which I honestly thought that this was going to take not too much time. I don't know why in God's green earth I thought that, because I have thousands upon thousands of cards that still need to be sorted. Or that needed to be sorted at the time when I was planning this. But I'm also kind of enjoying doing this at the pace that I'm doing it right now, because it's kind of nice to live in the moment of doing these one by one, pretty efficiently. I think if I was kind of not streaming this, it would go a little bit faster, but I wanted to stream it because I wanted documentation of everything that kind of gets put into the binder. That way I can make like cool time lapses and like little videos talking over the collection, whatnot. We'll get back to the story of this card as we go through the Tepig line. But I really like doing this the way that I am doing it because, and when I'm doing it, because in a way, we're kind of celebrating, you know, all the years of Pokemon for it being the 30th anniversary. We are celebrating, you know, every single generation that is out right now by organizing my collection and adding them to their own little binders. So I think that's kind of nice. And hopefully we can get it done within the next month and a half, or like month and a little bit more than a month. Because I believe the first wave of, and by the way, we're back to that card that I mentioned. As you can see, this Tepig grows up with this family and it's really, really cute. The first wave of the 30th anniversary TCG stuff will be coming out in, I believe, early or mid-September. And so once it does, I'm hoping I'm done with this binder project by then. You know, so we have something to kind of show for it. Because, you know, it'll be cool. And the last little step of this story Pokemon, you can see he's living with this guy over here is the original trainer. Or, sorry, this guy over here is the original trainer, but like this is the dad, this is the mom, and like all the new brothers and sisters. You can kind of see it here. The blue one still with the Pig Knight, the dad, the mom, and one new sibling. And now there's 3 new siblings. So I think that's a really cool card. I just recently acquired this one because Emboar was the only one of this collection that I was missing. And I saw it in a store and I was like, I've got to get that if I don't have it already. And of course I didn't. So that was really nice. And of course we also picked up Mega Emboar when we picked up the other Legends ZA Mega Starters. So great grab there. Glad we can actually complete that. Now moving on to my personal favorite starter, and also my wife's. She absolutely loves Oshawott because she loves otters. And here you can see the last little statuesque starter Pokemon. Yeah, I absolutely love Oshawott, and that'll be very apparent, as you can see, by the sheer amount of Oshawotts that I'm going to be adding to this binder. But that's also due in part because Oshawott's line also came out in Steam Siege. I opened a lot of Steam Siege, so I have a lot of Oshawotts. So there's that as well. But I mean, he also comes out in White Flare, and this is a really good art. I love him, like just floating on his back, swimming, all chill and relax. We have it in Korean as well. But boom, all right. And Dewott is the only one of the middle. Oh, well, first of all, let's do this. Dewott is the only one of the middle evolutions that I have of that little statuesque style. I wish I had them all. Maybe one day I'll find the rest of them. But until that day, we'll just have to suffice with the first 3 and Dewott. But I should also mention that while yes, this little adventure could be done a lot easier once I get it all sorted, when I'm trying to get the remnants of what I'm missing in the Pokedex. It would be a lot easier if I just went on something, say, like TCG Player, and ended up getting the cards that I needed for fairly cheap online. But the issue is, I don't think I want to do that, because I kind of find a lot of joy in actually going out to these stores and being pleasantly surprised at what they have. because then it's kind of nice to, you know, go into these stores, have, you know, story talk time with, I'm actually kind of curious if I want to organize this a certain way. I don't think I do. I want to incorporate these 3 energies, because when we open the ETB, we funnily enough only got holo energies of the actual like starter typings, which I think is nice. Maybe I'll put these at the end of the binder, just because I love the way that they did this holo pattern, and that was actually something that I was about to talk about after I finished the story that I'm currently on. I like going to these stores and kind of like, you know, talking with people, getting to know how other people got into the hobby, or like, you know, talking to the shop owners, being like, hey, you know, I'm doing this Pokedex adventure. You know, do you have any of these cards to help me with? Yada, yada, yada. So I don't think, unless it's like a dire straight and it's like some, like super rare common card, is just eluding me. And I don't have my red Sharpie, I don't think. Gonna have to find that. So I'll finish the story really quick. Unless there's like some like uber rare common that I need for the Pokedex, and it's not coming out in sets like anytime soon, maybe then I'll be like, okay, I'll just buy it online from TCG Player for a fair enough price. But until then, I think I'm just gonna wait for sets to come out with the Pokemon that I need, or go to stores and be like, hey, I'm looking for this Pokemon, what you got for cheap? So, I think that'll be cool. I know some of these cards are going to be super expensive, and I don't think they'll be coming out in sets in the future, such as like Origin, Palkia, Origin, Dialga, so that might be a different story, but again, that's all part of the adventure, and hopefully I'll document as much of that as possible. Of course, I'll post updates of like stuff that I acquire from card shops and be like, hey, here's my, you know, little card haul that I got this day, and I'll share like what I got versus what my wife got, etc., etc. So, I will be right back. I need to grab a Sharpie so I can make this proxy. So I will see you guys shortly. Okay, I am back. Make sure I'm spelling this right. Have we hit the 500 yet? Yes, we have. We're edging ever nearer to halfway through the decks, which I think is 512 technically, because there's 1025. So we're almost there. But moving on away from the starters, we get into our Rattata of this generation. Because if you didn't know, or if you maybe aren't as big of a Pokemon connoisseur as I am, Gen 5 was actually a sort of soft reboot for the series. It wasn't like they never were actually going to reboot the series. It's just they did Gen 5 a lot differently than they did the other generations, where, you know, you play a game like Gen 4 and you can get all the Pokemon from the previous generations as well. With the very first Gen 5 game, they did it where you could only get Gen 5 Pokemon, I think, until the post game. And even then, I actually don't think you were able to get those old gen Pokemon. So it was sort of in a way a reboot of the series, but in doing so, they made a lot of Pokemon that are fairly similar to Pokemon that, you know, have come out in generations prior. Like, of course, this Patrat and Watchog is very clearly Rattata and Raticate. Other things like Garbodor and Trubbish were like Muck and Grimer. You know, things like that. Which, you know, it was kind of cool to see, which is, I think, potentially part of the reason why excuse me, get in there. Part of the reason why I like Generation 5 so much is just because, in its own way, yes, it is not unique. There are a lot of Pokemon that, you know, share similarities with Pokemon that have existed in the past. But I like these new, fresh takes on, you know, old Pokemon. Like, you know, I like the Roggenrola, Boldore, Gigalith line more than I do the Geodude, Graveler, Golem line. I like Stock and Throw more than I do Hitmonlee and Hitmonchan. Granted, Hitmonlee, I think I like more than Stock and Throw, but I like the duo of Stock and Throw a little bit more than I like Hitmonlee, Hitmonchan. But things like that were kind of cool. And I mean, you know, they also had their own unique things, like, you know, Carablast and Shelmet could only evolve if they were traded with each other. Which I don't think is a thing that they have done since Gen 5, if I'm wrong. I don't know what Pokemon has done that besides them. But, you know, they also added things like the hidden grottos, where you could get Pokemon with hidden abilities, which is also a thing that they added. You know, it was really cool. I think they did a lot of really cool things. I liked all of the characters. I don't think there is a single unlikable main character. Let me put it that way. There's some unlikable side characters. But I don't think there's any unlikable main characters in that game. I really like the story of Black and White, and Black and White 2 for that matter. So, you know, it's a generation that really stuck with me. And if Gen 2 wasn't my favorite, then I think Gen 5 would be. And it's honestly a pretty close race. I could very easily say Gen 2 or Gen 5 are my favorites in terms of generations. Solely because they're both just really, really good. And like Gen 5's story is so good. And I wish more generations would be like that. I mean, the stories are pretty good in the more modern games, but I don't think any of the stories have come anywhere close to Unova's storytelling, especially because, you know, Black and White 2, while not being the same character, is a direct sequel, as far as I remember, to Black and White. So that was also really cool. Now, granted, we kind of have that with with Legend ZA and now X and Y. But it's not really the same because it's not like a direct sequel or like some of the events of the original game, X and Y in that case, can kind of be viewed within like can see the direct consequences of. Which, I mean, you kind of can. Like, you know, we know Lumiose was in the middle of being built in X and Y, and now in Legend ZA, we're actually being able to walk around in Lumiose. But I mean, like, there are things in Black and White 2 where if you have a copy of Pokemon Black and White, you can actually see flashbacks of like the story that you experienced in the first Unova games, and like some of the characters would be like, oh yeah, I remember that trainer. Now, the foolish kid in me was like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna make my main character me both times, even though they're clearly two different people. Which, I mean, you know, what person playing a Pokemon game doesn't just go like, hey, this person's me now? So like, it's kind of cool that where it's like, oh, you know, it's cool that they remembered the old stuff that happened on the other file, but then it's also pretty weird that like they're like, oh yeah, I remember that trainer, as if this new trainer doesn't exist. But again, they're not the same person, so it kind of makes sense that they don't do that. But besides the point, it's a really cool concept, and I really liked it. And one of the things that I also really liked in Black and White 2 is N is a very influential character to the Unova the Unova region. So what was cool is that, you know, at the very end of the Unova games, he swears off being a Pokemon trainer. He releases all of his Pokemon. He releases his Zekrom or Reshiram, depending on what version you're playing. And you know, what's cool about Pokemon Black and White 2 is that if you know where to look, you can actually find N's Pokemon, and they had this like unique sparkle, which was really cool. And they actually had the trainer, the original trainer of N, which sucks because if you transfer any of these Pokemon over to the future games, they still don't have this sparkle, which I think is a huge blunder by the Pokemon Company, honestly. Like, I know it would be a lot to code in these new sparkles into every single game, but like, come on, it's a unique part of those Pokemon. And like, again, I understand why we don't do it, but we could have really done but with doing it because that's so cool. The spark is like really cool, really unique. So it's a shame that it only survived for half a generation, basically, because it was only in Black and White 2. But hey, what are you gonna do? And what was also really cool about going straight from Black and White to Black and White 2 is, you know, you kind of got to see the evolution of some areas. Like, for instance, not necessarily spoiler alert, this game is so many years old at this point, but, you know, in Black and White, you either fought Drayden as the Dragon Gym Leader or the 8th Gym Leader, or Iris, depending on what version you were playing. In Black and White 2, that changes because Iris, you know, talked about, oh, I want to be the greatest Dragon Master. You know, I want to be, oh, we only had one Panpour card? That's crazy. I want to be the greatest Dragon Master. I want to become the champion. And then, you know, eventually she does become the champion. She beats out Alder to become the champion of the Unova region. So in Black and White 2, instead of choosing between Drayden and Iris for the 8th gym badge, you fight Drayden solely. And then you eventually find out that Iris has become the champion, and you fight her as a champion, as opposed to a gym leader, which is really cool because then her team changes up completely, and it's really, really, really cool. So, you know, it's stuff like that you get to see change, and you also get to see, you know, the evolution of Team Plasma after Getsis's little like mental breakdown. They become a lot harsher. Their ideals become a lot more unrealistic, that sort of thing. So lots of really cool stuff with that generation. If you have not played a Gen 5 game, Unless if they remake it, like, go play it. But if they don't, find a cheap way to get a version of that game and play it. I'm begging you. It is such a good time, bro. Such a good time. Highly recommend playing the Unova games. And I'm trying to get my wife to play them one of these days, solely because, you know, her new favorite Pokemon is Reuniqueless. I think part of her wants to get back into playing Pokemon games because, again, she hasn't played a Pokemon game since Fire Red. But, you know, I'm not gonna force her to do it because it's also a DS game. That's kind of not really something that you just sit down with for hours on end. But it's also not, it's also not something that you can do in short little bursts. It's got to be like a fine little happy medium, I think, with DS games. And the only reason why I say that is because, you know, people like me have kind of gotten so used to home consoles with the Switch and, you know, PC and all that, that I find it hard to play handheld games for long, just because I'm expecting a bigger screen for higher quality, and my hands are just too big for DSs. So I will not be comparing male Unpheasant to female Unpheasant. I actually don't know if there are any female Unpheasant cards. It doesn't look like it. Like they make homage to the female Unpheasant in some of the male Unpheasant cards, but I don't have any female Unpheasant, so I'm not gonna leave a space for it. Some of these Pokemon I will be doing the forms for because it's a little bit more obvious of why I would do that, but male versus female. I mean, I think I already went over this really when I first started, because, you know, like Pikachu, for instance, has a different appearance depending on if it's male or female, but I didn't include any of those because most of the cards that they print are male anyways. But, you know, case in point, that's what I mean, is that I'm not going to do any male or female differences because that would make this process a lot more arduous. And plus, we're running out of energy cards that I would be comfortable with using for spacers. So eventually, when we get to the later generations, it's nice with these when we can just kind of put it in, like, where was the last one? Like, just one little spot to kind of, like, denote it. But when we get to, like, the later generations, like Gen 9, when it's going to be, like, pages upon pages of spacers, I'd rather just fill it up with index cards that have the Pokemon that we're missing, because I don't want to, I don't want to destroy that many energy cards, but B, I don't have that many energy cards that I'd be willing to write upon. But I do have plenty of index cards. I can do that just fine. So I think once we get to probably Gen 8, we'll probably transition to just using index cards as opposed to, and hell, even like Gen 7, I can donate some if needed. I think I've got more than enough, but what I might have you do is come help me like cut a whole bunch of them just so I have like card shaped index cards and a lot of them. But again, I need to actually get to those generations. I think we might actually even start that in Gen 7, just because I don't know, or no, because Gen 7 is Sun and Moon. Yeah, so Gen 8 is probably when we'll need to switch to using index cards as opposed to energies, but we'll see how Gen 7 goes. Because I promise you, there is gonna be a lot. Now, granted, I actually have a potentially decent way of getting some more modern cards, because one of my friends, which is actually the friend that's coming in to visit us here on Thursday, has been pulling when I wasn't. So they have some of the more modern stuff. So maybe one of these times when I go out to visit them, I will sort through their bulk, because by that time, hopefully I will have these binders actually sorted out to see what I actually need. So one of these times when I go out to see them, if they still have that bulk, maybe I'll look through it, and see what all I can fill out. Because, fun fact, one of the 2 Pokemon that are missing in this binder, they will hopefully be able to provide for me because it is in a set that they master setted. So hopefully, in their bulk, they actually have a copy of it. That would be superb. But I don't know if they actually do have an extra copy of it because I don't know how much of it that they have kept, because they're actually trying to get out of the hobby. Which is why I kind of want to be like, can I get at your bulk before they like get fully out? Because that would be probably the easiest way to get through some of the later stuff that I'm probably not gonna have. Besides waiting for them to reprint it in like a different set. So hopefully, fingers crossed, I can get my hands on some of that bulk and take a gander at it. But we will do what we can for get in there. For what we have. Because I will tell you right now, we're only on Gen 5 out of 9, and my binders are looking sad and bleak. What is up, Ahoge? Good to see you. Welcome into stream. How goes the Flat Rock collection? Pretty good so far. This one in particular is actually going pretty well. Like I said, Unova is going to be the one that I have the most cards of, so we are flying through these. But it is good to see you, Hoge. Hope you're having a good day, night, whatever time zone it may be for you. Also, I appreciate the compliment. It does not go unnoticed. I just didn't want to draw attention to it. I just wanted to put that out there. Just saying. Having brekkie, so it's all good. Ah, yes. Time zone differences. I'm out here almost getting ready for, you know, the nighttime, the bedtime, which is not true because it's 6 p.m. But, you know, you get what I'm saying. And you're out here having breakfast. Aren't time zones crazy? Yeah, gotta love them. But I hope you're enjoying your breakfast. Who's the sexy flesh man? You are you. Well, damn. I appreciate it, okay. This is another one of those Pokemon that's very blatant of the reboot. This is very clearly Zubat and Golbat. You know, literally, we've got Zubat and we've got Woobat. Like, come on. I don't even think they were really trying with that. I do like these designs, though. Like, don't get me wrong. So many people are like, I hate Gen 5. It has so basic designs. Like, there's literally trash bags and snowflakes, and they're so unoriginal, blah, blah, blah. I actually really like the Gen 5 designs. Also, sorry if my hand is shaking today. I did some yard work today that's kind of got my hand a little shaky. I've been kind of maintaining it well, but I think it's starting to come back. We love Unova in this house. We do absolutely love Unova in this house. I was just getting done talking about how Unova is up there for my favorite generations, if not my favorite generation. We were just talking about all the ins and outs of like the great story and everything and all that, and the who now and the what's it and the doodads. Man, I'm kind of sad because we're about to get to Excadrill, and we all know Excadrill's got an amazing mega. I don't have a duplicate copy to pull from Pitch Black to add to this binder, so I'm a little upset. Because I think the majority of Unova has been printed into cards. I don't think many of the megas that were in this region are missing. So I think in reality, Unova is probably the generation that we will be able to finish first, solely because, again, like I said, of the main Pokedex, I think I am only missing 2 Pokemon overall. One of them being a mythical and one of them being a common Pokemon. I will let you take guesses as to what the common Pokemon is. But like some of these forms have already been printed in, whoops, I almost used the wrong Sharpie.
in pretty good capacity. I just haven't had a good chance to try and get more of them. Now, mind you, a simple mega card is not that expensive on the market, so getting a mega Excadrill would be easy if I don't end up pulling one in the amount of stuff that I pull from Pitch Black. But in reality, I would like to pull as much of the Pokedex collection as I can, as opposed to buying it. Because while I do enjoy buying some singles, and, you know, I've gotten some really cool singles over the past couple of trips that I've taken to local card shops and whatnot, pulling them feels a lot better. So, for instance, we'll go back to Johto a little bit. Of course, all of you know that Cyndaquil is my favorite starter and Pokemon of all time. Well, Typhlosion's my favorite, but you get the gist. And I ended up buying a copy of the First Partner Series 2 Cyndaquil because the only box that I ended up getting at retail price had Unova starters in it. So, you know, kind of a tie-in. But I really, really, really wanted the Johto starters. So when I found that Cyndaquil at a local card shop, I was like, at the very least, I need the Cyndaquil. I'm going to buy the Cyndaquil to add it to my collection. But I was like, I want to try at least 1 or 2 more times to pull the Johto starters. Because if I pull the Johto starters, I'll feel like they're really mine. The Cyndaquil that I bought, I'm like, it's give or take. You know, I bought that Cyndaquil. Is it lucky that I found it in the store when I did? Sure. But it would feel a lot nicer if, you know, I pulled my very own set. So when I bought that second box off of Facebook Marketplace, and I actually ended up pulling the Johto starters, I was ecstatic, bro. Because I was like, so mind you, the way that the first partner packs work is it's just the promo cards. So it's not like you flip it over and you're like going through and you're like, oh, what am I going to get as a hit? The hit is right there when you flip it. So I hold the back away from me and then I slowly flip it over. So seeing Chikorita first was quite the moment for me. But that just goes to show I really, really enjoy pulling as opposed to buying, because it feels a lot better. Singles might be more cost effective if you're going for a rare card. Yes, that's absolutely true. If I'm going for something like absolutely rare, which mind you, if I can avoid it, I'm going to try and get the cheapest card of anything that I need. But it's the Gacha High. It's absolutely whoa. Did not know I had that little temple. If it's something like simple, I'm going to either wait for a new set, or if I can get a set that has the Pokemon that I need in it for fairly cheap, I'm going to buy it, because pulling cards is such a high for me. And me and my wife really enjoy the feeling of pulling Pokemon cards. So if I can get the chance to do it, I'm going to do it. But yeah, you're absolutely right that it would absolutely be more cost efficient to buy singles of all the Pokemon that I'm missing, but it would also be more cost efficient to wait for things to get reprinted into new sets and then just pull them at market price, as long as I can get the market price. The only single I ever bought was the Dark Side of Dimensions Dark Magician when I was at the Tokyo Flea Market. I actually don't know if I know what that card looks like, but now I want to look it up. So give me a second. What is it? Dark Side, Magician. I can't freaking see my keyboard. Wait. Dark Side of Dimensions. Dark Side of Dark Magician. This is Dark Magician who overdosed on creatine. Oh my lord. I think I see it. I might be wrong though. But I'm also not that into Yu-Gi-Oh! So I might also just not be looking up the right thing. But yeah, like, I'm not opposed to buying singles. Like, I will buy cards out the wazoo if I have to. Like, if I like a card, I'm gonna go buy it. Hence why I went out and just bought
the Ethan's Typhlosions that I found. I didn't care that it was in Japanese. I just really liked the art on Ethan's Typhlosion, so I bought it. Now, granted, would I feel a lot better if I bought a Destin's Rivals box and it had an Ethan's Typhlosion in it? Abso-fucking-lutely. I would get that shit framed, graded, like, all the things. But Destined Rivals isn't that easy to come by, so when am I going to be pulling that? That's why I bought it. So, that, and I mean, I guess that's the bright side of the way that the hobby is now. It's kind of cool that you can kind of go out into a store and be like, oh, I really like this card. It's kind of still gacha-esque, because like when you go to a store, you're not 100% certain on what you're going to find there. You may find some rare hidden gem in, you know, this store's hit binder that they might have, like in the back or something. Or like you might find some rare, like whatever you're looking for in the what's it called? The case, you know. It's cool, you know, different strokes for different folks. Everybody likes different Pokemon. So everybody's going to have different experiences trying to get their favorite cards. But personally for me, I've had really good experiences so far. Grading seems like a scam. It kind of is. Like, I personally am not a fan of grading cards. That's why I'm doing this instead. I'm doing the Pokedex binders because I feel like this is a lot more showy than a card in a bit of plastic, personally, to me. But I will say that I do have a duplicate somewhere in this pile. A duplicate of the SIR Mega Zygarde that came out in perfect order. And if there's any card that I'm going to get graded, it's a duplicate of a super rare card. So if I can find it at a good price, I want to try and get it graded by Tag, because Tag seems to have a good reputation. I really like the clear way that they do their slabs with like the clear and just the writing on the front. I think that's really nice. And they also seem to be very like succinct about how they tell you about like what's wrong with your card if it's not a 10. So if I ever get into Pokemon TCG, I'll definitely start a Seeking binder. Dude, like, I've seen so many people who do like just a specific Pokemon binder, and if I wasn't already doing this, which personally I think this is more me than it is just having one singular Pokemon, I would definitely do a Cyndaquil binder. And let me tell you, with the space that's left in my Johto binder, I am absolutely adding more Cyndaquil, Quilava, and Typhlosion cards. If I find them out in the wild, they will be mine. I don't care what price okay, I kind of care what price they are, but if they're a decent price, I will get them. I said the word, didn't I? Yeah, I totally did, because I said out in the It always, like, I don't think about it anymore. It just happens, which is the worst part. I know that's what I designed this to do, but I'm mad that it's working so well. But I'm also mad that sometimes it doesn't work well, so I will not say the word, and it will also trigger. And it's like, I lost my headphone over getting enraged. God damn it. It's funny, though. Like, I'm really glad that I took the time to code that, because hands down, is the funniest bit I think I have ever created in my content creator history. You know, lots of people tell me, oh, whenever I say that word, I think of you, and it's like, that kind of warms my soul that I'm like, I've influenced this word to be, you know, an association for people. That's the word I'm looking for, is association. Like, Rin tells me all the time, she's like, oh, we said that in a Discord call, and all of us thought of you. We made the joke that you made. And I'm like, that warms my heart so goddamn much. Because I'm like, I did something. I made a good joke that people find funny, and, you know, it sticks in their brain. That's really nice. So that's just me. That's also just my ego coming out. So apologies. Hello? There we go. But I will say I'm really liking how these binders really turn out, because, you know, you'll go through these pages and you'll understand, oh, these are all the Gen 5 Pokemon. But like the fact that you can look at all of these binders together, and I don't know where they went, they're over here, and just kind of look through them, and they each have their own, you know, sort of unique flow to them. They, you know, which, I mean, all the, you know, that's just the definition of all the Pokedexes. But it's really cool to kind of just see that I am creating the same sort of thing in person. And I believe we will get through Scolipede, and then we will take a short little break for advertisements. And we are well past the halfway mark within the Pokedex, so that is really cool. All right, take a short little break for ads. Hope you're all doing well. Hope y'all are getting some food, some water, some rest. What? Don't know what that was. I am looking forward to watching the Demon Slayer movie once again. How many times did I actually see it? Let's see. I saw it with my wife in IMAX. I saw it with my sister and her boyfriend. I saw it with my wife again, I think. Saw it with my friend. I saw it with my editor. Was it only 5? I could have sworn it was more than that. Maybe it wasn't. I saw it with my other friend. I think it's at least 6. I think I've seen it at least 6 times. But I haven't watched it in sub yet, so that's what I want to do next. I haven't watched it in sub, but I keep seeing clips in sub. And it makes me really want to watch it. What I really want, though, is I want the OST to come out on like Spotify or something. Like, even if it's like physical, I will buy the OST, because I need that soundtrack just like fused into my brain, because that soundtrack is so good, so fucking good. Like, I was hooting and hollering in the fucking the theater, mind you. Like, I read ahead in the manga, so like I knew what happened, but like I was hooting and hollering because it's a lot different reading black and white pages versus watching it animated with like music and flashing lights and all this brilliant sound work. It's just, oh, that movie is incredible. Probably one of my top 5 movies of all time, if not probably my favorite movie of all time. The other movies obviously are probably gonna top it. We'll see. This first one was really good, so I really don't know why, or don't know how they're going to I know for a fact the third movie is probably going to be my favorite. For what it will more than likely cover, it is probably going to be my favorite. I'm not gonna lie, the second one is probably going to be the worst movie. Not because it's bad by any means, but it's going to depress people. It's going to probably covers one of the coolest fights in the whole show. I will put that. That'll probably be the main focus of I'm trying to stay spoiler free, by the way. It will cover probably one of the best fights in the entire series. But I think it's also going to be very jumpy. I think it's going to jump around the Infinity Castle a lot. Maybe it will, maybe it won't. But I think it's hard to say. I want to say it's going to be the weakest, but I know it's not going to be the weakest. I think personally for me, it's going to be very hard to beat out the first one, and it's going to be impossible to beat out the third one if it is done correctly. Mind you, the third movie has to be done correctly. If they trip and fall at the finish line, I am going to be devastated. I doubt they will. I don't think there has been a single episode of Demon Slayer that I have not liked. So they have a lot of money for the movies. They are very successful. I'm pretty sure UFO Table knows what they're doing. Fingers crossed for it, though. We gotta wait a little bit longer, though. Anyways, let's go ahead and move on with our organization. This will probably be, this will definitely be the only fairy type that you will see in the entire binder. And I just realized that I'm actually missing a filler because I forgot that Hisuian Lilligant is a thing. So I will need to grab a card for that later. We will do that when we get there, because I'm pretty sure it does not go Cottony and then Lilligant or Petalil immediately. I don't believe. But these are the only fairy type cards you are going to see, which is weird, because I feel like there are other fairy types in this generation. Maybe I'm mistaken. Who knows? I don't need to show that card. We'll show this one though, because it's technically different because it's in a different language. Shine, damn you. That's weird. I can only go this way to get the actual Pokeballs to show up, but that's okay. Oh, it does go Cottony, Petalil. What's the one I'm thinking? Oh, it's Carablast and Shelmet that are separated. I don't know why I thought that these guys weren't or were separated. That is quite foolish of me. I won't lie. But that's okay. I'm a little sad. There's always been, throughout this whole organization, there's been one Pokemon that I've forgotten about. Like, oh, I forgot this Pokemon had this alternate form. And I've done that several times with Unova, solely because I forget some of the Hisuian forms exist. Like, I almost forgot Hisuian Basculin. I almost forgot Galarian Yamask. But I do actually have Galarian Yamask. That's one of the alternate forms that I actually do have. But I will need to grab another card for Hisuian Lilligant because I forgot it exists. Ugh, God. My hand is still shaking. I've gotten a little bit more, like, insight on how some people do this type of organization. And I have seen some people just they pick out their most valuable card of that Pokemon, and then they use that as their Pokedex, so they only have one per, like, entry. But I personally am really fond of what we're doing here, solely because, and by the way, I like that this Pokemon's move is Boo-hoo. I like doing this solely because, like, it's nice to see what I have picked up, before coming back to this hobby. And so now that I'm back, this is kind of like a marker of sorts, showing like where I was before coming back. So real quick, let me go grab a grass type energy to make a spacer for Hisuian Lilligant. And actually, let me change the organization so we know what we're looking at. All right, there we go. There is, whoops. Well, okay, that's fine. And then Hisuian Lilligant number 0549. There we go. I think Samurott, Basculin, and Lilligant are the only Gen 5 Hisuian forms. I may be mistaken. Speak of the devil. There we go. Got our Basculins coming up. And I do not have Hisuian Basculin. I do have both forms, though. Or I guess it's not Hisuian, is it? Is it just called White Striped form? Or is it Hisuian? Because I honestly don't remember. I think it's just White Striped, isn't it? Might be wrong. I do have the red and blue, though. It may not look like it now because, you know, most people, or most art of Basculin is going to be red. But there we go. We've got the blue one. Here, we'll switch it up. It is. It's not Hisuian. I will still count it because it very definitely is Hisuian. Like, it's definitely Hisuian Basculin. Let's not get mistaken here. Just because it has a different name doesn't mean it's not, it's not a Hisuian form. So, I'm going to mark it as... I mean, it also looks different. Like, that is definitely a regional variant. There we go. And that'll wrap up the Basculins. Next up, the cutest little sand crocodile you've ever seen. And it just reminds me of Ash's Sandile in the black and white anime. Which, by the way, I used to watch the ever-living shit out of the Pokemon black and white anime. I remember as a kid waking up explicitly at 5 a.m. so that I could be awake and ready for when the episode of Pokemon dropped at 6 a.m. so I could watch it before school. I mean, I think most of them... Was it Fridays or Saturdays that they came out? I think they were just, like, airing episodes every morning. But, like, I remember so distinctly waking up just being ready for the Pokemon Black and White anime. I did the same thing with the X and Y anime. Anime. Because I was very enthralled with the anime at the time. I have not watched it since. And I feel like I need to, because it's just so good. And actually, speaking of the anime, probably my favorite Pokemon movie of all time is Pokemon Black, Victini and Reshiram, and by proxy, Pokemon White, Victini and Zekrom. But I prefer Pokemon Black. And I was trying to show this movie off to my wife, because, you know, I wanted her to see it. I wanted her to kind of, you know, live in a part of my childhood. And I have the physical copy of both movies, or so I thought. When I went to get this movie out so that we could watch it, because, you know, I have a physical copy of it. Why watch it on digital when you've got a physical copy of it? When I went to go get it, I have this dual disc copy where it has a disc for black and a disc for white. I opened it up and the front slab was missing. I have Pokemon White. I am missing Pokemon Black. I have since rectified such issue. I ended up buying a 4-movie pack that had all of the black and white movies, because I actually have not watched the other 2 in a very long time. But it saddened me to no end that my childhood copy of Pokemon Black, Victini, and Reshiram is just gone. Are you Maka? Okay, I spelled that right. It's just very tiny. So I was very depressed, but we ended up getting it on Amazon Prime, because I learned that Amazon Prime has a strict like subscription for Pokemon stuff, which is kind of cool. But also, like, I'm not gonna pay Amazon for Pokemon stuff because I have most of the movies anyway. We got it for free because she had some like credits on Amazon Prime or whatever. So we luckily got it for free and we got to watch it. Super fun. Such a blast going through and being like, oh, well, if we were watching the white version, this Pokemon would actually look like this. And, you know, it's kind of fun.
That's also part of the reason why I like that, Dartman, God, why do you guys have such long names? That's part of the reason why I like those movies so much, is because, the subtle little differences between Pokemon Black, and Pokemon White, the movie, are fun little niche things that you can point out. And the fact that they, you know, had different composers for each of the movies, so like each of the movies sound musically different. It's a super cool thing. It's super niche, but it's super cool at the same time. So there goes Maractus. Is that the last? Yeah, that was okay. Now we got Dwebble, which I suppose this is sort of their copy of Paris. It's just not as evil with, you know, the whole brain-eating parasite thing. It's just a big rock has overcome this this poor Pokemon. There we go. I will say I am grateful. Case in point with some of the stuff that I got from the Black Bolt White Flare Korean stuff that I opened, it did save me from potentially missing out on some of the main Pokedex entries. So, like I said, I'm fairly certain we are only missing 2 Pokemon. One of which being a mythical and one of which being a common Pokemon. Again, I will let you guess as to what Pokemon it is. I will say, I have mentioned it today. Not outright saying, oh, this is the Pokemon I'm missing, but I have brought up the Pokemon by name, is what I'm saying. I will let you know that the other one, the common Pokemon, is the one that I want you to guess. The mythical that I'm missing is Meloetta, which kind of makes sense. I don't think there are very many Meloetta cards that go into print, and I think the ones that are in print are promos. So I have no idea how I'm gonna find that, especially because there's the Meloetta Pirouette and Meloetta what's it called? Pirouette, and I don't remember what the other form is called, but I don't have either, so kinda sex is what it is. But yeah, take a guess as to what the standard Pokemon we're missing is, because it's quite interesting. I won't lie. It is quite interesting, the Pokemon we are actually missing from this generation. But the rest are here, as far as I'm aware. Sigilif, one of the weirder ones. I think I've also noticed that, you know, for these more modern sets, we're also getting a lot less of those just straight, like rip of the Pokemon render and put it on a Pokemon card. There are some in here, don't get me wrong, there are some in here, but there are not nearly as many. Like, I feel like I would have in fact, I think, are there any yet? I'd have to look. They're very obvious. Let's see if there are any of those yet. I don't think there are. That Patrat is not one. Yeah, I don't think there's been a single one of those yet. These all have been like unique arts. That Muna is close, but I don't think that Pidove is one. I am actually curious. I know I should be getting through doing the rest of the binder, but this has me deathly curious. I know there's one. There is at least one. But we have not seen it yet. I think the rest of these are good. I feel like I would have made a comment on it already. Oh no, there it is. Literally, we just passed a Darumaka as one of them. So there's 2 in this set so far. But better than, like, you know, first gen, where they were kind of doing it all over the place. Which is kind of sad. Because, again, like, granted, it is art that has been already created. Yes. But it is really lazy to just take the render that already exists and not make new art. There's our one Galarian Yamask, so we actually do have one of the regional variants, which is good. Now we're on to the Pokemon that you cannot name back to its original name if you end up giving it a nickname in the Pokemon games. If you don't understand why, you should probably look inward a little bit. Focus. Focus, please. Focus, please. Thank you. Of course, on one of my favorite fossil Pokemon. The camera unfocuses. Man, and it's sad. I could have sworn that I had more Caracosta cards, but here we are. Just one singular sad Korean Caracosta. Hello? There we go. There we go, there we go. Same card, back to back. One's in Korean, though. And again, I really love this holo pattern. I love what they did with the Black Bolt White Flare, making it so that it goes all the way out to the border as well. I appreciate the alert, Ahoge. No worries. Enjoy your knitting. And here we go. Another Yukimori card. There's a lot of Unova Yukimoris, and I actually have most of them, which makes me very happy. Because I really like Yukimori artwork. I see why a lot of people collect the Yukimoris. And it actually kind of surprises me how many of them I have. I honestly thought that I would not have as many Yukimoris as I do. But I actually have quite a lot. I think this generation kind of really screamed out to me where it's like, oh, you have a bunch of these. And of course, there will always be more Yukimori cards. Maybe one day Yukimori will do one of every Pokemon. Who knows? Maybe Yukimori's already done that. We just don't know. They're just waiting to photograph them all. Has Yukimori... Hold on. I wonder, is there a list of all the Yukimori cards that exist? No. Yukimori does the claymation ones. I actually don't know the name of the person who does the knitted ones, but I like those too. There are 218. Have they done any legendaries? Oh, I didn't know the Carablast from Journey Together is a Yukimori card. Oh, that's great. They've done Meltan. Oh, you guys can't see any of the things that I'm looking at. That's okay. I'm curious if they've done... Wow, there are a lot of these, and they're all so pretty. Oh, there's a Pokemon Go Spinarak one. I want that.
There's a Snom one. It's adorable. Okay, let me get back to the task at hand. Have they done a legend? There's a tag team. Oh my god, that's so cute. Have they done a legendary Pokemon? That's Swirlix's Yukimori? Didn't know that. I never knew some of these. Wow. There's so many Pikachu ones, Jesus. Croconaw. Oh, has she never done Cyndaquil? No, that makes me so sad. Oh my god, there's so many of these. I don't think, yeah, she hasn't done a legendary yet. I really hope they get her to do a legendary sometime soon. Because her card art is so good. Also, wow, that is a great card with the Zoroark. But yeah, her cards are incredible. I can see why a lot of people collect them. Because they're probably some of the most unique Pokemon cards out there. Boop, there we go. Gotta show off the holo patterns. And then we also gotta show off the fact that we don't have Hisuian Zorua, which sucks, because I really like Hisuian Zorua's design. You are number 570. And, spoiler alert, I don't have Hisuian Zoroark either. Again, I was kind of out of it during the Sword and Shield era, so unfortunately I missed out on a lot of the Hisuian forms, which sucks, because I really like Hisui. There we go, we've got the nice holo pattern Zoroark. And oh look, the nice holo pattern, but again. Oh, whoops. Hold up. Get out of there. English is supposed to go first. There we go. And then probably the best Zoroark card that I have. Look at that. Oh god, that alt art is so good. Boom. And I love the way the sleeves fit into this binder. If I had enough, I would sleeve every single one of these cards, because they fit really, really nicely. Hisuian Zoroark. Oops, forgot the number. 571. There we go. Moving on to another one of my wife's favorite. Actually, this brings up a story because my wife has kind of seen some people online doing like my girlfriend or my significant other tries to name all of the Pokemon. And so she really wants to do that as a video on the channel, which we will probably do somewhere in the near future. The only reason why I bring that up is because my wife also likes naming or like nicknaming the Pokemon. So for instance, we played through, or we're in the middle of playing through Pokemon Pokopia, and we discovered Minccino in the beach area, and she proceeded to call him Marcuccio. So we now refer to Minccino as Marcuccio and nothing else. Which I personally think is really funny. That's one of my wife's charming qualities, is her goofy little nicknames for things. Especially when it comes to Pokemon, she has some very silly ones. So it will be very entertaining to do a video with her to see what Pokemon she does and doesn't know. Because again, the last Pokemon game that she ever played was Fire Red. So I feel like she'll know up to Generation 3, or at least like hopefully know most of Generation 3. I hope to God she knows all of Generation 1. But some of these newer generations, she'll probably have to come up with like a whole bunch of nicknames, and that'll probably be funny to go through. So that'll be something that we do here pretty soon. Just like in Monster Hunter with our boy Steve and what is it? Like Rocky? Like Rocky is kind of a nickname that we've come up with, or rather I should say Jade has come up with. Steve, on the other hand, is an actual official community title. Like everybody calls Seregios Steve. What's up, Blade? Good to see you. The sorting is going really well. We're probably...
Hey, baby girl, drink some water.
Probably about, I want to say maybe 60% through. Appreciate the hydrate. Hope you had a nice sleep. And yes, Andy, Angry Pinecone indeed is more our nickname for Seregios. Nicknames that we've come up with in terms of Monster Hunter have been Nargi. Neil gets a real kick out of calling Nargacuga Nargi. And then for Nergigante, similar vein, we call Nergigante Nergi because of the line from Monster Hunter World where the what do you call it? The guild master calls out when you're fighting Zora Magdaros, "Hunters, we must pass Nergigante." And we have memer shortened it up into Hunter Nergi, and so now we just call it Nergigante Nergi. Yeah. I don't know if we have any other interesting nicknames for monsters or Pokemon. If they come to mind, I will say them. But we are now moving on to one of my wife's brand new favorites, the Solosis line. Which honestly, like, it's kind of been growing on me. I don't fault her for picking this just because, like, it's kind of cute, but I also don't understand it. You exposed all our secret words? I mean, well, yeah. It's kind of how it goes. Gotta let them know. Although I feel like we said Nergi a lot while streaming Monster Hunter. I don't know. I will say, though, we did find my wife probably her favorite new card, the Reuniqueless from Temporal Forces. The alt art of that, where he's just kind of like chilled out on the beach. She saw that card when we went to this new card shop, and she immediately fell in love with it. All right. I will put this new Reuniqueless... Oh, get in there. By the way, she stole all my Reuniquelesses. This is the only one I have now. I am going to take a quick bathroom break. I will be right back. Okay. Let's get right back into it with Ducklet. I surprisingly don't have nearly as many Ducklet cards as I thought I would. But in contrast, I have a shit ton of Swanna cards. For some reason. Hello? Hello. There we go. Which is actually probably for the better, because I feel like Swanna just has a little bit more card presence than, say, Ducklet does. But, eh. I can't see Swanna and not think of the moment when I was playing Pokemon Snap with some friends. And I missed the picture by like a hair and caught only the Swanna's butt. I obviously did not submit that photo, although I probably should have. Although I don't think I could because it didn't classify as any Pokemon. So unfortunately, it did not count. I didn't do it. Now moving on to everybody's least favorite because they don't like the inanimate object Pokemon. But I personally like Vanillite. I do love me a good sentient ice cream cone. I think we also just passed the halfway mark of the binder. That seems about right. You might be shocked by the amount of Vanillish cards that I have, because I think I have a lot more Vanillish than I do Vanillite, and I definitely have a lot more of both than I do Vanillux. One of the best Pokemon songs to exist. Everybody loves Unwavering Emotion. Such a good song. And like for them to tie it in with like N's whole plot and everything. Such a good song. Oof. Such a bop, man. Bum, 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 bum. Hello? And I swear I'm supposed to have another Vanillux card, because I feel like I had this Vanillux in a deck, but maybe I'm tripping. Oh well. Also, I will not be getting all forms of the different seasons of Deerling. That would be way too much. I only have spring and summer, unfortunately. Actually, do they even have ones of every? Okay, there's the autumn one. Yeah, they do. They do have one of each. Maybe one day I will get it. But for now, it also said, here, wait, I don't know why they have spring form. I feel like summer form is more the form that like when I think about these Pokemon, that's kind of what I think about. I don't think I really think of, maybe for Deerling, I think of spring form. When it comes to Sawsbuck, summer is definitely the form that I think about. Or autumn. Autumn is also really cool. I really like the colors on autumn Sawsbuck. All right, we are now probably getting to my least favorite Pokemon of this generation. Excuse me. My least favorite Pokemon of this generation, Emolga. And the only reason why I hate this Pokemon is because Iris's Emolga from the anime was a bitch. And I am only reminded of that because I watched the movies that we were talking about earlier and remembered that Emolga is literally the stupidest motherfucker on the planet and the most pompous motherfucker on the planet. Case in point, look at that card art. But I will say, it also comes with really good card art. Look at that. That is such a cute card. And honestly, I'm kind of surprised my wife didn't want this one. Maybe she doesn't really like Emolga that much, but nice addition to the binder. All right. The time has come to let you in on the Pokemon that we are missing for this generation for the time being. Because, like I said, I think my friend that is coming to town on Thursday will bring me a copy of this Pokemon so we can fix that problem. But Carablast is the one Pokemon that I am missing for Gen 5 that isn't like a form or a mega. And that baffles me because he seems like such a common Pokemon that I feel like I should have a card of him. I thought I did, but I looked everywhere. Maybe I missed him somewhere. But nope. Nothing. That is the one Pokemon, as far as I'm aware. There might be more, but I'm pretty sure there wasn't. So, just a sad, sad day indeed that we do not have that, and we are also out of Unova lo-fi music. So, that sucks. We're gonna just go back to our usual lo-fi then. I knew that was gonna happen, though, because I knew that this generation was gonna take a lot longer, because there were probably twice as many cards as any of the other generations. Which, again, is not surprising. I knew this would happen. But we are almost there. Again, I'd say we're probably about 70% of the way through now. We've got a nice little alt art fungus right here. We got some nice pulls from those Korean boxes, I must say. I do enjoy the alt arts that we got. And the Pokemon that I refuse to say, because y'all turned it into a meme when I was opening Black Bolt and White Flare, so I'm not gonna say it. I don't wanna. Well, there's another render one. With the move Crazy Spore. And now we've got the Frillishes, which we have both the genders there, but we will not have both the genders of the Jellicent, unfortunately. But again, not like I really care. I am not going for gender differences. That would be way too much to handle. I'm not gonna lie. But if I come across them, I come across them and they will join the binder. Hello? There we go. I guess we do. Never mind. This Jellicent actually does have a female one with it. I hate female Jellicent, dude. Female Jellicent is such a weird looking Pokemon. There we go. It's also nice too. These modern sets are gonna have a lot more of these like alt arts and EX hits and whatnot, which is kind of nice to see. We only have the 2 Alola Mullet cards. That one almost looks shiny. Next, we've got Joltik. Smallest Pokemon to ever exist. Nice little bit of trivia for you. Now, we do have an interesting one coming up. That I will talk about. And I am actually curious. I might even look it up. But with Galvantula, we've talked about these Steam Siege cards that have these like dual typing, and where most of the Steam Siege ones that are dual types besides like Volcanion are shiny. Like the Azumarill is shiny, the Shiftry was shiny, and now this. Now, looking at it compared to the rendered image, I'm 90% sure this thing is shiny. But granted, Galvantula's shiny is really close to its original form, so I just want to look it up. Galvantula. Shiny. Question mark. Okay, I mean, I guess they are. Because, like, all the other ones besides... Volcanion are shiny. So maybe it is. And, like, if we compare it to, like, this one, the arms are a lot darker blue. So maybe it is shiny. And I've just been tripping all these years. It's just... Why choose Galvantula? Something with such a weak shiny when you picked other things like Azumarill and Bisharp and Steelix to have shiny cards like that. And then you got Galvantula. Like that's such a weak choice. Why did we do that? I don't know. I would have chosen something like, what else is dual type that has a good shiny that came out in Steam Siege? Gardevoir they did. What else? What could they have picked? Like, it's got to be another Gen 5 mon if it's going to replace it. What would... Hold on. Because I don't want to look. What could they have picked? Maybe like Seismitoad. Seismitoad might have been cool. At least then you would have actually been able to tell if it was shiny or not. I don't know. It just seems like a really weird choice for Galvantula of all things. Don't get me wrong. I mean, I like that they chose, you know, more Unova Pokemon to put in Steam Siege. Better for me. But like, Galvantula. Anyway, I'm past it at this point. I love these like nice and simple cards that just have plain background and the Pokemon. That's it. No need for anything else. Just plain background, Pokemon. Done. Got a nice little steel page going on right here. Moving on to the 600s. Hell yeah. We're really cooking now. Made it past the 500 mark for the Pokemon. I am starting to feel it in my back though. I'm sitting in this chair. I'm gonna have a very nice rest after stream, and by very nice rest, I mean I'm probably gonna play Splatoon Raiders because I am absolutely loving the shit out of Splatoon Raiders. It is probably my favorite quote-unquote looter shooter. Because I don't really like the looter shooter category. Like, I don't really like Destiny. I don't like, what are some of the other ones? Arc Raiders. Oh, yeah, this is something I wanted to bring up. I think I talked about this when we actually opened the box. I think this one's an error because it goes over the whole card. I don't know. I'd have to get an English one to compare. But yeah, I really, really, really like Splatoon Raiders. I think partially because Splatoon is just a goofy little game. And it's not taken as seriously as other things like other looter shooters, Arc Raiders, what's the other one called? Oh, I can't remember. Escape from Tarkov, that sort of thing. Like it's not, there's no way you can take Splatoon as seriously. Cause like you're running around splatting things with like paint brushes that are made with like Borderlands. Is Borderlands a looter shooter? Because I mean, I've never played it, so I can't really say that I like that. I mean, granted, I've never played any of these other things that I'm naming. I have played Destiny. I don't really like Destiny. But like, I haven't played Arc Raiders. I haven't played Escape from Tarkov. But like, it's not my genre. I don't like doing that sort of thing. But the fact that this is like a story that you can play with your friends in PvE, it's really, really good, and I really enjoy it. Luckily, we do have a Mega Electros. It's Japanese, but hey, at least we have it. Ba-boom. There we go. Mega Electros. I think we... Are we missing? Yeah, we're missing Mega Scrafty and Mega Scolipede, but they haven't printed Mega Scolipede yet. I think of the ones that are printed, I think we're only missing Mega Scrafty, technically, because I do have a copy of Mega Excadrill. It's just in my pitch black binder. But who knows? I might move that one here. But then again, it would be super easy to just buy a single of a Mega Excadrill and add it to this binder. What about the apocalyptic aspect, like the boss fight against human? Oh, you mean like in the... like the second one? Or are you referring to... Raider? Excuse me, Raiders. Because I have not gotten to the end yet. Actually, funnily enough, Litwick was the one I was talking about. Did my wife pull that one out? Tartar's weapon? Yeah, that was really cool too. Oh yeah, my wife pulled out the card I was thinking of. I guess I don't have another copy of this one. No, surely I do. Do I not have another copy of that? Hold on, there's no way, because that's a Steam Siege card. Hold on. I was not mistaken. I do have more of those. She must have, I told her to look through the bulk first and then look through the box. She must have skipped these in the bulk and then, pulled it from the box. I don't know if that means I'm missing any other ones, though, but at least I knew that one for sure. Okay, we'll come back to Lampent. Because we might be missing that one, too, because she also pulled that one out. This one almost looks shiny, just based on the flame color. What the heck? What is going on? It's got all sorts of jumbled up. Come on. There we go. Okay, now moving on to Lampent. Yeah, that's weird. I'm wondering if she just like skipped over it when this is 2017. What the heck? Yeah, she must have skipped over it then. I might be missing some Chandelure stuff then. I'm gonna check that too real quick. Just to make sure. I'm gonna go through my bulk with the stuff that she had in her stuff for her personal collection. Make sure I'm not missing anything in the binder that I could have replacements of. Okay. Let me go do that real quick just because we're on Chandelure. And actually here, let me look at what I have for Chandelure. Just to see, because she pulled out the okay, so that hollow, and then the Halloween one. That hollow's in here, that Halloween one's in here. Okay, so it should be fine then. Not a big deal. If I'm missing something, it's in her binder. Who really cares? But anyways, let's move on. Hopefully that's the only one that she skipped over and just pulled from the box instead. I will check it later, begrudgingly. Just because I'm like, oh god, if I miss something, I'm gonna be a little sad. Just based on how much organization I'm probably gonna have to redo. But that's okay. I gotta get a sleeve for you. Such a cool art rare. I'm so glad we pulled this in the Korean box. It's so cool. It's like on par with the new Mega Chandelure SIR, which is another chase of mine from Pitch Black. And speaking of Mega Chandelure, yay! Another one that I pulled a double of. Okay, moving on to the dragons. Probably my favorite pseudo-legendary dragon. Such a cutie that turns into such a badass later. Yeah, okay. I think we're good. I think that's the only one. Because, hold on, let me look. This is bulk. And this is probably where the box started. Yeah. I think I already see one. Crap, hold on. I will be right back, folks. Okay. Oh, an ad break went off? I had no idea. So, we have some backfilling to do, because there's a deerling that I missed. Yeah, so deerling. So we'll have to do that. We'll have to do, which is gonna extend stream a little bit. Maractus we're good on. Luckily. Joltik, I think we should also be good on. Yes. The Swaddle, I think, as well. If it's only the deerling, that would be great. Or not Swaddle, Swadloon. And we're going to Swadloon. Okay, so it's only the deerling. So it's not that much to reorganize. But we do have this deerling to add to the binder. Which, luckily, is not that far. 2016, so you're going to go here. Alright. So begins the reorganization. But again, not too much. 2 little outliers, and that is it, but that is a-okay. I should have went through myself before starting. I said I was going to, but I did not. Oops. But even then, if like one thing is missing, it's not the end of the world. Because again, anything that she has taken out is also going to be part of her collection. So it's not like it's just going missing. So hopefully... That's horrible, I shouldn't say that, but I was going to say, hopefully we don't get divorced anytime soon. I doubt that would happen. I love my wife very much. And not in like a Ned Fulmer kind of way. I actually do love my wife. Wait, did she get the Joltik in English? Yes, she did. I don't know if I have it, but it's in here anyway, so I'm not going to worry about it. Actually, here, while I'm here, I'm going to go look again. Okay, so I didn't find the English Joltik, which is fine. What I did find, though, is this reverse holo Duat that she also pulled out. Part of me is like, I should do it later, but if I do it later, that's more cards to move. But like, that's so many. I'm hoping that's the last one. Because again, I told her to go through the bulk first. So that way she didn't pull anything out of the box that like I already had organized. If she can help it. I think that's the last one. I really don't want to go all the way back. See, family, but it wasn't even my fault this time. But I'm also not going to blame my wife. Ugh. All right, let's do this. We're gonna work backwards. We're gonna move everything from here up one, up two, up one, up two. Is it? Fuck. Time to play X card pickup, dude. We're at like 500 card pickup at this point. Actually, here, hold on. We can count, shall we? Somebody do times 24 for what I'm about to count out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 100. 6, 7. Or no, 4 would be 100. Hold on. 1, 2, or roughly 100. 3, 4. That's 100. 1, 2, 3, 4, that's 200. 1, 2, 3, 4, that's 300. 1, 2, 3, 4, that's 400. 1, 2, 3, 4, that's 500. Like a little over 500. Blame the universe, what a hoe. I agree. Because if I fix that, if I fix the Duat, it's basically like restarting. But I don't have to show you all the cards that I'm putting in. I mean, I've got to do it eventually, so I might as well just do it now. That is unfortunate. I am going to have to tell her about that, though. Actually, you know what? I honestly should just blame myself because I told her I would check before starting and I didn't. So it's on me. Just pretend the card doesn't exist, but Fammy, it's shiny cardboard. I can't pretend it doesn't exist. Oh man. Oh man, oh man. All right, well, for those that want to see it, there's the card. It's blue too. Yeah, exactly. Okay. I don't know if going like one by one is faster or not. It might be. Yeah, it's really bad that it's a starter, but like she really likes the Oshawott line, so. It really is my fault for not checking. I told her I would. But to notice it this late fucking blows, dude. I should have just been like, oh, that card doesn't exist, but I'd be lying to myself and then I would hate this binder. And I don't want to hate this binder because I'm really loving this binder so far. But that's okay. I'm pretty sure that's the last of it. We shouldn't have any more reorganization after this. The previous binders made me feel too safe. Yep. But see, now I'm adjusting the process. So Gen 6 won't be like this, Gen 7 won't be like this, and Gens 8 and 9 will definitely not be like this, because Gens 8 and 9 will mostly be me putting fillers in. And I'll say this, if Gens 8 and 9 only have like a handful of actual cards, I'm obviously not gonna stream those. But again, I will update you guys as I get more and more cards for them. On the bright side, this reorganization is making some of the layout a little bit better. Like all the Black Bolt, White Flare hair deers being on one line. That's pretty nice. Ugh. So, apologies if there's not a lot of commentary while I'm doing this. I'm focusing on trying to go fast. I think we're eventually going to become 2 cards out. But also, hi Fami, how you doing? I realized I didn't say hi to you. Just respond to your oh no. Which this is very oh no. This is not a very great thing to come into. And like, again, I could do this off stream, but then the whole binder would be filled and it would be even more cards to move around. So I just also plopped in. I mean, fair enough. It is going to make this stream a lot longer though. And I did not intend for it to be this long, but I knew this stream was going to be longer anyway with how many cards we have. And we still got maybe a good like 100 to go. So apologies if we move a bit faster once we get done with this. How are you? I'm doing great, besides having to redo this entire binder. I am very excited for the drop of Demon Slayer Infinity Castle 1 on Crunchyroll. I'm excited to watch that after this stream. I'm excited to play more Splatoon Raiders after this stream as well. Although I don't know if my wrists are going to be up for that. Because of the whole motion aiming thing. I regret drinking that Red Bull. I'm too awake right now. I need something like that right now. I need to be more awake. I'm in the Genshin hellhole again. That sucks. I'm sorry. I'm rock bottom right now. I'm so glad I got out of gacha hell. Honkai was kind of holding me in, but I finally abandoned her. There are some days where I'm like, damn, I kind of miss playing Honkai, but I'm also like, damn, I don't want to spend more money on Honkai. So I'm like, I'm glad part of me is out, but I'm sad part of me is too. I have missed so much, it's not even worth it really to go back, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, maybe it is. Oof. God, I'm gonna be feeling this in my wrist tomorrow morning. I never understood toxic ex relationships so much like Genshin Impact. Damn. I keep returning even though it's shit. Is Genshin really that bad right now? I mean, I'm like completely out of the loop when it comes to like Hoyoverse stuff, so I don't know what's good, what's bad. Like, is it that bad right now? Hee hee haha, silly little gotcha. Yeah, fair enough. I used to feel the same way about Dragon Ball's Dokkan Battle. but I stopped playing that as well. Just because I was like, I'm getting too addicted to this and I need to protect my life outside of gacha. Actually, here, let's do this. Let's just change this to not just says currently sorting. Because that's what we're doing. The next big patch is going to drop soon, so everyone is preparing for that. Yikes. I don't know if this is truly the fastest way to do this, but we're just going to keep the rhythm up. I mean, there's no real fast way of doing this. You just always hope that there's not something you have to reorganize. And like, I'm talking to my wife about her doing her personal collection and organizing her stuff a certain way, and I'm like, yeah, that's kind of the sucky part of it, when, you know, you've got it, when you think you've got it all organized, then something comes up and you're like, oh, but I want to add this here, and then like you've got a whole disaster on your hands. But I don't think she'll ever get to a level where this kind of organization disaster happens. And I hope she never does, because I think that might make her regret her decision to join this hobby with me. You're in the snowy region, so you've got to get your grind on? Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, so you know what? Maybe it's for the best, because like some of these things are lining up a little bit better. Like the Roggenrollas line up really well. The Zebstrika's line up really well, minus the one that's on the previous page. You know? Maybe it's a blessing in disguise. When everything's so neatly organized, it's satisfying. I know, that's what's so nice about these binders, but that's also the problem with these binders, is that they're so neatly organized that if something goes wrong, it causes the whole thing to fall out of order. Let's move that. That was a disaster waiting to happen. I'm surprised that didn't happen sooner. Thank God I just drank the last of it. I was literally about to say I might try and get some G Fuel after tonight. Try and keep myself awake a little bit. Try and watch some Demon Slayer, play some Raiders while I wait for my wife. Do I even tell her that I had to do this reorganization? Like, she doesn't watch my streams too often, so she would never know that I had to do this if I don't tell her. You just gotta gaslight yourself. Oh my god, it's so much fun. Yeah, this is so much fun. See, look, now even the Excadrills are gonna line up. You know what? It was meant to be. This reorganization was meant to be. The Audinos are lining up. The Excadrills are lining up. Like, look at how much stuff is perfectly lining up. This was worth it. That's how we'll justify it. This was absolutely worth it. I don't think I will tell her, though. I think I'll just go, yeah, the organization went great. No hiccups. I definitely didn't have to reorganize. No, I just, it's not a big deal. She doesn't need to know. But see, there's also a downside, because like, see, now Conkelder is going to be on a page all on his own. Unfortunate, but, you know, is what it is. Yeah, so we're sacrificing some things being perfectly lined up, but gaining others. Wait. I'm fucking up my rhythm. Ah, Palpitude. The universe knows what it does, apparently. We're getting there, we're getting there. Don't worry, we're getting there. You know what? See, it worked out. Throw finishes off the page. Sock starts the next one. How far are we in? We were at XU, so I want to say like 70% of the way through. Or do you mean how far are we into getting it back to normal? Because we're this far, and we have that much left. So like, we're about 30% of the way through getting it back to normal, I would say. We might be closer to 40%. We're getting a little bit better rhythm. Maybe. Sort of, I say, and then I immediately slow down. I also don't want to go too fast that I'm folding these, or creasing these, sleeves, but I think they'll be alright. The Scolopedes line up nicely now. Granted, I'm talking about lining up, and I could use energies to kind of space things out and line them up the way I want them to line up. But I ain't about that life. Bah. Maybe one day someone will invent a robot that'll do this for me. That would be pretty cool. Boop. Boop. Whoop. 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 Wimp. Oh no, Hisuian Basculin's gonna get blasted off to the next page. Come here. Fee. Bum, 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 ba-dum. We're at 550, and our current organization is at 610. So we have 60 more Pokemon to go through. And multiple cards of said Pokemon. So we probably have, I want to say maybe 200 to 300 cards left. In other words, we're almost there. Yes, please, in the meantime, enjoy some fish. It's there for the distraction. It's like the keys jingle jingle. Eh. Who's my favorite in Demon Slayer? Rengoku. Whoa. But Inosuke is also up there, but Rengoku is probably my favorite. I am wearing a shirt of it, even though you can't really tell. There you go. Here comes Andy with the fish. The loud one? Yeah. Duh. The two loud ones. Andy, out of curiosity, how many points do you have? Just because you, like, do the most amount of fishing. I'm just curious by how many fish you have. Or how many fish? How many points? I definitely need some caffeine after this. $564. We got 46 Pokemon left. Get in there. Okay. Why did this motherfucker not answer me? Andy, how many points do you have? 50 something K. No, not in the game. How many channel points do you have? Because, like, part of me thinks it's low based on how much you fish, but part of me also thinks it's not just because it's only 50. 80K, Jesus. You could become a VIP if you weren't already a moderator. Maybe I should make some more expensive channel point redeems. I have a few, but I feel like I could add some, like, uber stupid expensive ones. I can't. I always spend them immediately. Well, good thing I got some cheap stuff, too. Alright. We've got, like, 100 more cards to go. Faint sense in my child. No one else knows why. I'm feeling it in my shoulder. Can somebody come give me a massage? I need it. My shoulders hurt. I won't pay you. I'll pay you in my presence. You get to come hang out with me. Mr. Purple over here that has more. Does he actually? To be fair, I never accumulate any of my coins. Any of my points. I just pop in and out. I never lurk. That's okay. I always appreciate people coming by and saying hi as well. We love our lurkers. We love our in and outers. That sounds weird. Would for real do that? Don't mind my meaty hands. Hey man, I need meaty hands right now. I need somebody to fuck me up. Fuck these shoulders up. They're in so much pain right now. Jail! Call out my horde? Matt, how many you got? I need to know. Yeah, motherfucker. I do actually wonder who has the most channel points in my chat, because I do know that we do have quite a few lurkers. I know who would have the most amount of points if she didn't spend them on so many waters. $102,795. That is an insane amount, but respectable. Ah, fuck. I was trying to look at the leaderboard. Ooh. David has the biggest fish with the jack-o'-lantern. Which is kind of insane. You'd think it'd be the whale. There's some shiny Cyndaquils up there. Another shiny Cyndaquil. Come on, one more. Ah, the Trumanado. See, what kind of also sucks about me doing it fast like this is that they also lose their organization where they're kind of all like pushed down to the bottom. So I might have to go through this again and kind of go through it a little bit slower. I don't know. Alright, we are back at the deerling that I did. So we're back on the path of where we were organizing. So we'll run into the Joltik and the Galvantula here shortly. And hopefully there are no more Pokemon that I am missing that my wife took out. And again, if we are, I don't care. I'm calling it. Is what it is. Huh. Didn't realize that this one and this one are basically the same, even though they're from two different sets. We're on Pokemon 589. Almost there, folks. Apologies for the delay. Yeah. And he returns to the pond. What will he come up with? It's a one-hitter. It's probably garbage. Called it. Get in there. Fammy goes for the pond. It's another one hitter. It is probably also garbage. Oh, it's an actual fish. Color me surprised. Blue. All right. We're back. We're back to where we were before I had a shocking revelation. Okay. Now we're gonna have 2 Pokemon out at the same time, which is annoying as fuck to deal with, but whatever. Fammy goes for the pond. Not once, but twice! Fammy's first cast comes back with a... salmon! Splatoon Raiders beware, there's salmon in these ponds. Fammy's second cast goes out. Oh, Fammy casts in a third one. I don't know why I'm suddenly commentating the fishing game, I'm that bored. Fammy comes back with a flip-flop. Psst, psst, psst. Here, big fishy fishy. Third cast goes out.
Hydrate, yo ho.
What if I don't wanna? She got the pickle. I'll raid your splat. I mean, what? Now Colton throws a lure into the pond. Testing his luck. He throws 2. He throws 3. Dare he go for a 4th? Oh, he went for the 4th. First cast gets back a beer bottle. Holy shit, he's going crazy, chat. Should I just, should I commentate fishing for one stream? That would be hilarious. He's gone buck wild. He's spending all his points. He's going fucking insane. He's gonna clog up the queue, ladies and gentlemen. He got a jellyfish plush. He's blowing up the chat. Colton on a rampage, trying to catch up to first place Andy, but he's got a 45,000 point deficit. Will he make it up with these casts? Not with reels like that. He gets a sailfish. How is that a 1-star, bro? Sorry, that was unprofessional of me. His score is 10 times lower than Andy's. But surely he can make it up with this cast. Oh, it's another 1 exclamation mark. Nothing to be had there. It's another salmon. Grab your ink guns. Fuck the fish. Guys, we're almost there! The fish ecosystem. Another cast goes out. Will he get anything better than a 1? No, because Colton's fishing skill is bad. He gets a scraper mouth Mbuna. What a weird fish name, Mbuna. What the fish do to you? Yeah, Colton, what did the fid do to you? Well, clearly they did not like him in fishing. He's not getting any good lures in. He got a pike. Ooh. Colton didn't care to respond. What did the fid do to you? They committed mass blub blub. He found a bike. That's the weirdest looking fish I ever done seen. Come here. Oh, a twofer. He got one, ladies and gentlemen. What is it gonna be? He found the Duck Duck Ghoul. Justice for fish. Alright. 3 cards away. And this binder will be fixed. Fish for justice. Yo, will the fish be part of the Justice League? Okay, we're back. We're back in business, people. All right, let's continue. We are back, baby. Back to the organization. Back to the lab again. We are so back. That's absolutely right, Fammy. We gotta keep watching the fish to see what Colton gets. Also, this one's a Master Ball. Hopefully I have the normal one in here too. I don't. What the fuck? Gotta make food, be back. No worries. I'm gonna check real quick to see if I have a regular fracture, because I feel like I do. I will leave. Actually, I'll leave you guys with Peener, because I know you like him better than me. Okay. Oh no, I just realized fish is over my socials. Let me fix that real quick. Whoops. Alright, problem solved. Okay. I do not have another the regular fracture, but I do have this one. Very cool. But I honestly would not have, I also would not have been surprised if I did miss some of like the other versions of the bulk that I have. Solely because, I was so delirious when I was, oh, I didn't change it. I was so delirious by the time that I was sorting some of these Pokemon that, Matt was in call with me, and we were all hanging out. It was a couple of us, but Matt in particular, his nose was really stuffed that night, and he went to go blow it, and his nose kind of made like the classic, you know, like the kind of like honking like trumpet noise. Not to out Matt or anything, so apologies, Matt, if this story, you did not want this story to be told. But anyways, the point is, jokes were made that Ezekiel's trumpets were playing, the rapture was gonna happen. I don't know what about that to me was so goddamn funny, but I was just laughing hysterically at that. And I could not stop. I was just super giggly, and it was not a good time. I was very tired doing this last night. So I would not be surprised if some of this was not done correctly, but I mean, I'm pretty sure most of it is correct. There we go. The Pokeballs. All right, now we're on to the Snowflake. So yeah, I've had a lot going on this week. Oh! Colton got a new record on Mithra's Aegis sword. Well done, Colton. Oh, I didn't need to show that one. We already showed that one. Oh god, I grabbed 2. There we go. Now, the Black Bolt White Flare one, which has a Carablast in it, but that doesn't count. We can't count that one because it's not a Carablast card, it's a Shellmate card. Now we have a Selgor. It's weird looking at some of these Korean and American cards side by side because you can very much tell the quality difference. You can feel it too. I think that's the most interesting part. Come on. Boom. Now we got Stunfisk going on here. We're almost there, guys. Almost there. I don't know why I'm saying guys. That is aimed mostly at me. Keep it together. You know what, Fami? That's about right. That is about right for how I feel. Oh, you're not even an electric type. Well, that's awkward. Let me go grab a proper typing card. I forgot they totally changed him. Okay, now that I have the proper typing, let's try that again. Oh, 618.
Water, the source of all life.
Thank you, family, for the water.
Just what I needed.
Thank you for even more water. Get that out of here. All right. Man, that water is tasty right now. I don't know why. Probably because I've been talking so much. I don't normally yap this much during streams, but I have a lot to say about Unova, so I have more than normal to talk about. Dude, we have never gotten this far. That's so daunting. We would have normally stopped by now.
Hydrate, yo ho.
Fine, I will.
Hey, baby girl, drink some water.
Is it tap water? Yes, it is.
Hey, baby girl, drink some
Fuck you,
water.
Colton. I said it was good, not in this quantity.
Melia!
Jesus Christ.
Great attack!
Somebody takes this. Somebody take this dude's luck to. I can't even talk. Fuck it.
Hey, baby girl, drink some water.
Yeah, in small amounts.
Hydrate, yo ho.
I'm not gonna say tasty after each one. You're torturing me at this
The
point.
source of all life.
You better do a summon aqua and then a tasty if you want that. I'm gonna make you pay for it. Oh, jeez, excuse me. I have no idea where the fuck that came from. Bum, bum. Wow, I love the one character move. What is that move called? Kick. Okay, you know what? That makes sense. Ooh. Bum, bum, ba-dum. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 ba-dum, bum. Back to the dragons. And by dragons, I mean dragon singular. I do like Drudigan, though. I've kind of come around to him. I didn't like him initially, but now I do. Now we got the Golett and Golurk. Love the soundtrack? I do too. if you want to listen to it, it is a DMCA-free artist known as Give Heart Records, made by the lovely Nate Wants to Battle. It's a bunch of video game and anime lo-fi music, and it is all DMCA-free. I use it all the time. But it's got a bunch of fun stuff like Sonic, Pokemon, Legend of Zelda, My Hero. I just learned today Attack on Titan. That was interesting to find out. Okay. Apologies if I am moving a bit quicker. I am trying to stall a little bit on each card so you can actually kind of get a look at what we're adding. But I am trying to go a little quicker. So I do want to be done here pretty soon. Whoops. Wait, is this the only bishop? No, I have normal bishop too. But look, we got another shiny. Very cool. You know what? God, I can't fucking talk anymore. I give up. What made you feel old, Fammy? Because I bet it'll make me feel even older. Which fucking sucks. I hate being old. Ah. Actually, you know what makes me feel old? Finding out. Wait, is this a Yukimori? No, it's not. What makes me feel old is remembering that Xenoblade 2 turns 10 this year. Ugh. The anime of My Hero Academia is already over 10 years old. Yeah. Oh, nice. Forgot we even had this card. I was like, why does this have texture? But yeah. My Hero's 10 years old. Fucking Xenoblade 2 is 10 years old. Too much stuff being aged up, and it makes my back hurt thinking about it. This Rufflet is so fucking scary. He's like, whoa! Alright. Ads are starting. I'm gonna take a quick break to relax my shoulders and my back. And my mentality. Oh. Oy, 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 oy. Valid rest your poor back. Yeah, dude, my back is, you know what? In fact, even, I'm gonna let them come back to this in the ads. I'm just gonna. What if I just start streaming like this? Oh, it feels nice though. It feels nice to actually lay back for a little bit. Oh gosh. Should I start streaming like this? Like just Steam controller in the lap and go, oh man. So fun. I need to like turn up my microphone though, which is not a thing you'll hear me say a lot. It looks cool. I mean, you can see more of the background if I do it this way, but I still take up as much of the frame, which is weird. Right? Because like when I sit up, yeah, I take up the same amount of the frame by laying back. But like you get to see more of the stuff because I'm further back. That's really interesting. I wonder what the science of that is. Oh, by the way, if you didn't see on Discord, we have a new family member. That's Peanut right there. Oh, and Peanut got a bath. He's a lot cleaner now. So there's that. Life updates. Oh, and I found a spot for Arceus too. I've decided to just put him on the floor. Because I can't fit him anywhere else. Which begs the question, I have Funko Pops that need to go on that shelf and this shelf. Or not, sorry, this one. I've got a lot of things I gotta figure out. But is my first thought that you were pregnant? What? Do I look pregnant from this angle? You're missing the new one? In the Be Right Back screen? Fuck! You're right! I am. Shit, now I gotta retake it. Damn it! Somebody remind me to do that in like a week or so. You said a new family? No, a new Peener family member, not me. Not me. No new family members for me yet. Oh. Is this how I should do all my ad breaks? This is actually really nice. Yeah, I feel like I should do all my ad breaks like this. Just, oh, ads are on? Crank. Ads are back. Welcome back, everybody. Oh, Jesus. You got free will? I know I do. Okay. Let's finish up the rufflet. I almost said, whoopsies. I almost said rowlet. Do the whole stream horizontal? Maybe I will do that one day. All right, we're gonna finish rufflet. I know I could have done this during the ad break, but I also need to do a bathroom break once we finish rufflet. Wah! I was having too much fun just laying back and actually relaxing for once. Yeah, maybe I'll do the whole stream horizontal. Okay, we'll get through Braviary first. Just because I know there's only a few of these. In fact, I think there's only 4. Maybe I'll do next stream fully horizontal, because I think next stream will be tomorrow, and we'll play some Xenoblade. I might just do that horizontally. That could be funny. Especially if they weren't here for today. And if I do it tomorrow just unprompted, that could be funny. Okay, I'm going to be right back. Enjoy my now out of date Be Right Back screen. All right, let's finish this up. We're almost there anyway. Hisuian. Braviary. Number 0628. Okay. Next up, we got the other bird from the white version. I think, or am I getting those wrong? I might be getting those wrong. I won't lie. Was Volibee in white or was Braviary in white? I can't remember. I think Braviary was in white. Wasn't it? Wait, I'm dumb. I can just check this one. Okay, Volibee was in black. So I was wrong. Huh. I like the background of that one. It's interesting. I don't know what part of Unova that is. Dude, this binder's going to be wicked heavy. Alright, next up we got the replacement for Zangoose and Survivor. Heatmore. And Durant, once we get to it. Which I think is not right now. Never mind. Now we're here. We got a Yukamori Durant even. And we even got it in Korean. Now we got another iconic pseudo-legendary Dino. Or Dino. I think it's supposed to be Dino. Because of the whole German Eins, zwei, drei thing. So it's like Dino, Zweilis, and Hydreigon. Another Bluey for Fammy to enjoy. Love this little guy. Who doesn't love this little guy? Whoop, that's not a little guy anymore. That's a double little guy. I do kind of like the Easter egg of these guys being 1, 2, and 3 in German. Now, if only we could get an evolution and Hydreigon could be the fourth, or the first Pokemon to have a fourth evolution and then be called Eins, zwei, drei. Quick, somebody, what is 4 in German? I don't know it. How the fuck do I even say that? Veer? I don't even know what they would do. Because, like, you've already got the Hydra. What do you call a 4-headed dragon? Speak of the devil, here he comes! Hydreigon! It's pronounced like an F? Fear? Is that... you know what? Fuck it. I'm just gonna look it up. Four in German.
Fear.
Fear. Wow. Literally. Literally fear. It also just sounds like a drunk American trying to say 4. 1, 2, 3... Fear. Or maybe like a drunk Irishman. We're getting to the racist part of stream. That's not racist though. What is that? Regionist? Is that racist? I don't know anymore. I'm lost. I need help. I need something. All right, I'm locked in. No. No. We're almost done. Please, I don't want to get canceled when we're almost done. My favorite part. Now you guys chime in. Jesus Christ. Well, at least now I know how to get your attention really quick. Next time I need someone to do moderator things, I'm gonna just go, Andy, do something racist. Let the professionals handle this. Who the fuck are the professionals? Dude, I love Larvesta's design. Just the one eye. It's like an emo bug. And our last shiny of the bunch, we've got shiny Volcarona. I wish I had any of these cards as reverse hollows. They would look so good, but I don't. Maybe I'll try and find those because I really like, well, first of all, I love shiny cards in general, but these ones in particular are really fun. All right, guys, we're at the legendaries. We're almost done. We are almost done. And then we'll see about trying to raid somebody. I don't know who all is going to be online, or maybe we'll just find somebody who's doing Pokemon stuff. Shabam. And then, ooh, forgot about this alt art. Quite the cool alt art, honestly. Cobalion looking at the Aurora, which the holo really sells that effect too. It's been 42 years. Yeah, pretty much. What it's felt like. Now, I tweeted about this and I said, I don't think I've seen any Terrakions or Meloettas. I did find one. I forgot we pulled one in the Korean set. Thank God. But that's the only one we have. But we do have Virizions. So we're slowly making our way through. What the hell? The Pokeballs. God damn, I really was fucking tired when I organized this. All right, and then now, this is where things get a little tricky. The Pokemon Pretty Privilege. All right, we've got Tornadus incarnate form, which we've got plenty of that. We've even got a full art of him from the ETB, which is such a weird choice for the promo. But now we have to make a white proxy, which, where did my... There. Is it? Hold on, is this? Oh, what? Oh, now it's just playing random stuff. I do want this, though. Oh, well, it's gone. Oh, is it not? Hold on. Ah, that explains a lot. It was just loading random stuff, so if this VOD gets claimed, that's unfortunate. What was I gonna say? I was gonna say something, but now I've forgotten. Oh, that's what I was gonna say. Speaking of VODs, I will be catching up on those relatively soon. I think I'll probably be on track to uploading those again, probably starting tomorrow. So if you miss some VODs, the VOD channel is gonna be updated fairly soon. Don't worry. And then what we're going to do here is we're going to do... Because yes, I do want the Therian forms as well, which I don't know if they got cards. But we'll do T...
Tornadus. Number 0641. Get the hell out of here. 5 a.m. gonna need eat. No worries, fammy. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate you. Have a good rest. You deserve it. Absolutely. Okay, there we go. Psych, I forgot one. Now we can put Therian Tornadus. And now we move on to Thunderous, which the very first one that we have is a very sick full art, which I don't know where this came from. Came from a set. I think I pulled it. I don't know if that was a promo or not. It doesn't say promo. So I think I pulled that. This one, on the other hand, is a promo. Don't know where that came from, but here we are. There's that. And then we got the one from Black Bolt, White Flare. He is from Black Bolt. And then we need his Therian form. So we will do T Thunderous. Number 0642. I love Thunderous's Therian form, but it begs the question on why they made Thunderous and Landorus like tiger and lion themed, and then Tornadus is a fucking bird. Why did they do that? Oh, I spelled his name wrong. It's with a U. Yeah. Alright, hopefully that doesn't mark nothing up. And now we get into the big leagues. My favorite legendary of Generation 5, Reshiram. Such a badass. I fucking love Reshiram. We got quite a few copies of Reshiram, I won't lie. But we are nearing the end, finally. We got the Reshiram from the Tin Collection. We got the Reshiram from the Legendary Collection. This one's really cool. Love that one. Very good Reshiram cards. We have the Reshiram we pulled from the ETB. Very fitting. But, newly acquired, we also have... I need to get it a new sleeve. We also have the Reshiram from White Flare, but it is stamped. Ooh, very pretty. And then we also have the same card, but in Korean. So we'll enjoy 3 of that card in this set. Cause fuck it, I love Reshiram. Oh, and what's that? You wanted more Reshiram? I got you covered. This is probably the legendary I have the most cards of. I won't lie. Let's see. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And I think I have one more copy of these ones. So I technically have 11 copies of Reshiram. Love that for us. But unfortunately, it's time to move on. Now we're on to Zekrom. Oh, but this is nice. I like these two promos that are supposed to go together. They are clashing across the border of the binder. That is a nice touch. And we have the one that's also non-holographic. And then we have this guy from some promo. He's Cosmo Hollow. He's cool. Get in there. Oh my god, get in there. And one more from some Sun and Moon era thingy-majig. But he's got the Liquid Hollow behind him, so he's kind of cool. As you can tell, I don't like Zekrom nearly as much. Moving on to why they weirdly split these guys up, I don't know. But we have Landorus, which I also have the full art one of. But this one's a promo of all things. So I have this full art Landorus. I have this full art Tornadus. I don't have the... Or Thunderous.
I don't have the Tornadus one, so this is like a nice alternate. But why is he a promo and he's not? I don't know. But we also have the Landorus from Black Bolt. We also have him in reverse holo. And then we need to... This lined up really nicely. I like this page. This is a good page. Then I also need Therian Landorus. That spooked me. Gave me a little fright. I don't even know what I said. See, that's what I fucking love about that fucking filter, is that I don't know when it's gonna happen sometimes. Okay, and then now we move on to Kirem. Also a very sick legendary. But the bright side about Kirem is that's not only the only one that we get. We have... Oh, I did do it backwards. I thought Black Kirem would have been first. Okay, well, hold on, because we got the Korean Kirem from Black Bolt. That's a shame that they put him in Black Bolt. Kind of wish he was in White Flare. Oh well. All right. So first up is White Kirem, where we have this one with the shattered glass hollow effect. Love that. We have one that's not hollow. We have this guy from Boundaries Crossed, some sort of promo there. Is that... Oh, no way! There's a swirl! There's a swirl on my White Kirem promo! Let's go! And then I have the White Kirem from the Legendary Collection, which this one's really nice because it lines up directly with Arceus. So like Arceus is right here and White Kirem is staring at him. And plus also, this one has the White Kirem like with the glow. I love that. And luckily we do have a copy of Black Kirem. I don't like Black Kirem that much, but we did pull him from some set or another. So we have him at least. And then next up, we have Keldeo in his ordinary form. And I unfortunately do not have Keldeo in his resolute form. Question is, are there cards of those? Yes, there are. Oh, Chaos Rising has his resolute form. Well, wait, right? Yeah, okay, hold on. Let me go grab one of the Chaos Rising ones then. That way I don't have to do a spacer. But we have the the White Flare one and the Korean White Flare one. Let me go grab a bulk Keldeo from Chaos Rising to put here for the resolute form. And let me switch it to this so we know what we're looking for. Okay. I was worried for a second because I was going through. I don't have my Chaos Rising bulk organized yet. So I was like, oh crap, he's a rare. I might not have another copy, but I do. And we, like I stated before, do not have either form of Meloetta. So we'll do Meloetta. Aria. That's why I couldn't remember it. Aria is not a word I frequently use. Whoops. 0648, and then we've got Meloetta. How the fuck do you spell the other form? Pure. Whoa. Sure. Number. I fucking did it again. 0648. Okay. Okay. So we got Meloetta Aria form, Meloetta Pirouette form, and then Genesect is the final Pokemon we are adding to this binder. And we are finally done with the Unova binder. Thank God. And I guess for the time being, I'll just mark the corners with these ones just because 3 and a 4 just doesn't look right, but that looks cool, I guess. Okay. I would go back through this, but I mean, we kind of already did with the whole reorganizing thing. This is very clearly the best binder that we have done so far. Very proud of this. Very glad I don't have to use this box anymore and I can fucking put it away and get it ready for more bulk. I can put these away though. Put this somewhere. I've got a lot of organizing to do. Put these over here. I'll put these on top of this box because those are my wife's cards. Put this right here. Okay, last thing we'll have to do is put this little card in the front of the binder. I'm not going to go through it again. Like I said, we kind of already went through it. Put that little card here so it doesn't get folded. Wow, this is almost failing to close. And then last thing we have to do before I hop off is we do have the Gen 5 it's so, dude, this binder is so much thicker than all the other ones. We do have the Gen 5 starters, thanks to the Series 2 sticker pack. So we will put those on real quick. I will show you the results, and we will raid out, because it is 9 p.m., and I would like to go watch some Demon Slayer and or play some Splatoon Raiders. I have not yet decided yet. Oh, Ina. Oh, I'm so happy about this idea. Like, you guys have no idea. I normally don't use these stickers that I get from these, like, boxes and whatnot, but now that I have a reason to use them, I'm so unbelievably happy. Four a.m. for me, so after raid I'm sleeping for real. Please do, Blade. Everybody deserves some rest. Okay, final reveal. Let me put the Gen 1 binder down. Look at that. Dude, this binder is going to be so clean, and it's so thick, dude. So, real quick, let's do a little check-in. Let me do some organization. These binders are so heavy. Okay, so we'll put Gen 5 down. Gen 4 down. I don't know how I'm going to lift this up to be able to show you guys. Gen 3 All right, and let me stand up for this. Oh, God. Let me stand up for this. The big reveal for being over halfway done with this project. Boom! Look at how good that looks, dude! Oh my God! That's so good! I can't wait to get that because the Gen 3 one kind of bogs it down. But like, the colors are so vibrant, and it's just like, it's so good! Okay, I'm gonna put these down before I drop them. Oh, I almost did. Woo! Okay. Let's find somebody to raid out, shall we? Because I'm tired. I need sleep. Except I'm not going to get sleep. Okay. Whew. Let's find somebody to raid to. Who is doing some Pokemon things? Let's see if there's anybody doing some shiny hunting. Catching every shiny in BDSP? What are they working on right now? Bidoof and Starly. Yo, let's go give this person some love. Actually, hold on. Let me, vet them first. Okay, cool. We are going to raid into Throw. I'm gonna assume that's Throw CZ. They are shiny hunting in BDSP, which is something that I am currently up to right now. Let me actually get that set up. The stickers made it so much better. I totally agree. Okay. There is our raid message. Please only use it once, as this is a new raid that we are doing to this person. Please go share your love. They are currently shiny hunting in BDSP, which again is something that I am doing as well. Thank you guys so much for stopping by today and hanging out and sticking with me while I organize this binder. It is a lot of fun, and I'm so glad that we're as far as we are. I will probably buy a new binder soon, but I'm probably not going to be streaming Pokemon TCG Organization for a while, because tomorrow, like I said, we'll probably do some Xenoblade. We'll probably, goodness gracious, we'll probably also start a new Gundam, which will probably be G-Fred. So that being said, thank you guys all so much for sticking around with me and being here, sharing some time with me. I will see you guys all tomorrow at the usual time for some Xenoblade. I'm gonna go watch some Demon Slayer and or play some Splatoon Raiders. Please get some food, grit, breaths, water. I love you guys. See you guys all tomorrow. Bye, everybody.